All right, I hereby call the special meeting of September 17th, 2024 to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Beck.
Here.
Vice Mayor Edwards.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford.
Here.
Councilmember Finn.
Here.
Councilmember Patena.
Here.
Councilmember Dunn.
Here.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Our only item on the agenda today is to call for an executive session. Do I have a motion to enter into executive session?
So moved. Second.
All right, I have a first and a second. Please vote. Councilor Dunn, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
And we have a 7-0, so we will enter into executive session. Thank you. I call the September 17th, 2024 study session to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Beck?
Here.
Vice Mayor Edwards?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford? Here. Councilmember Platena?
Here.
Councilmember Dunn?
Here.
Councilmember Finn?
Here.
Councilmember Schaefer?
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. The only item on the agenda for today is the 2024 legislative and new housing code updates. For the presentation, I will now turn it over to Assistant City Manager Rick Buss.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Thank you so much. We got a little bit of late start, so we're going to accelerate our presentation to, I'm sure, everybody's disappointment. So I'm going to start off with just a brief overview of the last legislative session, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chris to talk about a little more in depth on some of the items that's got passed in the last session that's, we'll probably have to do some code amendments on. So just a little overview. When we approach working with the legislature, what we do is we try to align our priorities with the state priorities. Public safety, economic development, water security, that's obviously the council's platform. And so when we talk to them, we're trying to align those priorities with what they want. And the reason why we do that is that's how you get to agreement. We have regular interaction with the legislatures. We hold legislative breakfasts. And then the city has lobbyists that we use as well. So I would say that we're talking to somebody at the legislature pretty much every day. A little bit at the glance of what happened in the last legislative session. There was 160 days, nearly 1,700 bills were introduced, 332 passed, 73 were vetoed. In the last 2 years, 216 have been vetoed. That is a record. And it's kind of a sign of the times of some of the divisiveness that we have politically. So just doing the quick math, 332 minus 73 means you have 259. Of those 259 bills that were signed, a little over 100 impact cities and towns. The budget was passed at $16.1 billion. That represented a $1.8 billion reduction for fiscal year 24-25. And two of the ones that we're going to talk about, or we're really focused on, is water and housing and land use. So 8 were signed, but no code amendments are required. And I want to specifically thank Brett and Jenna in our water departments because they are our policy experts in water, and we lean on them heavily as these legislation gets proposed. Is this good, this bad, is this going to help us? We also work very closely with AMLA. Housing and land use, 9 were signed. Some of these require code amendments, and so that is the focus of tonight's study session. The Government Affairs Department has reviewed 259 of those signed bills. And what we did is we went through and we put together 3 columns. So one is all the 259 are signed. Then we looked at the ones that will require code amendments, because even though these are passed by the state legislature, some of them require us to come back to you and say we've got to change our code. And then we know that some of these are going to have a lot of questions from the public. A lot of those will go to you, Mayor and Council. So we're going to put fact sheets on our website to help answer those questions very, very quickly. Again, we do something that we're looking ahead on is proactive public information campaigns with the League and AMLA, because what we have found is typically the cities are on defense. They're hearing of bills after the fact. And a lot of times Chris is calling me and said, "Did you hear this? Did you hear this?" I'm like, yeah, we're on it. And then, for the legislative session that's coming 2025, we can pretty much expect more of the same. A lot of water bills, a lot of land use and housing bills, and we're probably looking, it's possible we could have a 15-15 Senate and a 31-29 House. Nobody knows for sure, but it's going to be very, very slim. And why is that important? Because when you have 15-15 or a tied House and Senate, it makes it harder to get legislation through, generally speaking. So with that, I'm going to turn it over. That was very, very quick. Turn it over to Chris to go through 3 of the bills that require code amendments and some fact sheets. So take it away, Chris.
Great. Thank you, Rick, and good evening, Mayor and Council. So as Rick mentioned, I'm going to cover 3 bills that do cause an impact in my area, meaning that they do require us to provide code amendments and to have those in place. And we've got all the way till January 1st of 2025 to have these amendments in place. So when this was signed by the governor, we've been working to put working groups together and to understand what these mean and start putting that work together. So as Rick mentioned, part of the emphasis during the legislative session was to address the affordable housing crisis, and there were a lot of bills that pertain to housing and zoning that impact my area. So as we've tried to understand what these bills mean, we've had some guidance from the League of Cities and try to understand how they might be approaching it, what kind of questions they're asking. So what I'm going to do tonight is go through 3 of these bills. In your packet, there is a briefing sheet that I put together that kind of enumerates all of the different things. I think what you'll notice when you look at that is that really most of the elements in there, these are all preemptions, meaning that these are things that we have to do and have to provide in our code. There are a few examples where there are some discretionary issues or policy issues for us. And to the extent you have some input you want to provide me tonight or in the ensuing days, please, I'd be all ears, be happy to hear that. So we'll start off with the first one. This is House Bill 2720, the Casita bill. This, again, is a preemption bill that has to do with accessory dwelling units. This was a largely bipartisan bill. It was sponsored by Representative Carbone, and it was signed by the governor in May of this year. So this deals with accessory dwelling units. So the first question is, what is an accessory dwelling unit? Again, this is sometimes we refer to these as casita. I've heard the term granny flat or mother-in-law suite, but essentially it's an independent living unit on a single-family property. Often these units, they have their own entrance, they may have their own address, their own kitchen and sanitation facilities. So currently the city of Peoria does not permit ADUs, although we have worked with some builders in terms of providing semi-independent living spaces. If you've heard of the next-gen model that Lennar provides, that's a semi-independent living space. It's not an ADU or accessory dwelling unit. This new law applies to all cities with a population over 75,000. As I mentioned, we have to enact this by the first of the year. So essentially what this says is we have to permit accessory dwelling units in all single-family zoning districts, and there are some limited exceptions, and as I go through it, you'll see there really is the limited ability for us to address possible impacts on adjacent properties. And then as I go through it as well, there is language in the bill that suggests, that does allow for restrictive covenants between private properties. And as we've read that, that appears to suggest that if an HOA, if their CC&Rs currently prohibit ADUs, that prohibition could continue under the bill. That's what that would suggest, and that's our read. All right, so the number of ADUs allowed. So again, all single-family lots, we have to allow them. We have to allow up to at least 1 detached and 1 attached ADU on each property. If you happen to be a property that's over an acre in size, we have to allow a 3rd ADU on the property. And that, however, that 3rd ADU has to be what they call restricted affordable. That's a defined term in the bill, and that essentially means that that has to have a restricted rent as part of that. It can be no more than 80% of the area median income. So that's what it has to be restricted to. And how we would implement that, probably through a deed restriction or a development agreement when they come in for a building permit for that 3rd ADU. Now, how big can they be? They can be up to 75% of the floor area of the house or the structure, or no more than 1,000 square feet, whichever is smaller. So that's the size of the ADUs that we have to allow. Okay, so I mentioned there's a number of preemptions, right? So what can the city not require or not regulate? We cannot require the ADU to meet the commercial building code. Now, the residential building code is different, but we cannot require it to meet the commercial building code or require fire sprinklers, right? We can't require the structure to have more restrictive regulations than we otherwise apply to a single-family house. So let me give you an example. If we allow single-family homes in most districts to go up to 30 feet, that means I have to allow an ADU to go up to 30 feet as well. If we have a lot coverage of 25% or some number, we can't be any more restrictive in how we treat the ADU as well. We also are prohibited from having setbacks greater than 5 feet. So we have to allow them to be up to 5 feet from the rear and side property line as well. We also can't require additional parking. So if we require, 3 spaces per single-family unit, we can't require an additional one for the first, second, or third ADU. We just can't require additional parking. We also can't require that they match the design of the house. So right now, we have some loose guidelines in our design review manual that say that the accessory structures, they have to be generally in alignment in terms of color and materials with the house. This prohibits that action, so we can't require them to look anything like the principal structure. We also have no control over who lives in the ADU. We can't require that the ADU be a family member or be a connection to the family. They can rent it out to whomever they'd like. Also, in terms of, we can't require that it be long-term rental housing. If somebody wants to put in place an ADU and they want to treat it as an Airbnb, we have to allow that. So I think you know that under our current structure in state law, we're preempted on these short-term rentals. We can require them to register, and we do in the city, but we certainly can't restrict them from being part of the ADU. And then we can't require additional roadway improvements as part of that. So that brings me to the first policy consideration. So there is actually an exception we can enact as a city. So what you're looking at here is we can exclude within the vicinity of a military airport. So that's a defined term. What does that mean? So if you look at the box on the left that's in color, that's the Luke Air Force Base runway, and then you'll see a series of contours around it. Those are noise contours. And then you look about, I don't know, about 4 miles to the southeast, there is a boundary there. And so that's the boundary of what's called a vicinity of a military airport. So this bill gives the city, if they want to enact it, we could exclude or not allow ADUs within that area. So that's one policy question we have. I think the way I would structure that question is, if the prohibition on ADUs for HOA communities is largely in place, you can imagine a lot of communities in the newer areas, if they have prohibitions, we're not likely to see ADUs up there. If this was a policy question the council wanted to move towards, then you can see, depending on your stance on the ADU issue, there would be few remaining qualifying locations for ADUs within the city. Other potential regulations or policy questions, should the owner of the short-term rental reside on the property? That is something the bill allows us to do. Now, in talking with our working group, that's sure that's something we can do, but I don't know that it has a lot of impact or effect. We already have a registration process that we have in place. The league working group, in their model ordinance, they've suggested a restriction on occupancy of no more than 2 persons in the unit. Again, that's something we could enact. I would, though, invite the conversation about how easy is it to enforce that and how much do we want to be involved in that. And then the third item that's a policy question is, we have these other buildings that are not ADUs in your backyard that are called accessory structures, right? It might be a shed, it might be a ramada, it might be a little pool building. Should we treat these structures the same way we do ADUs? Remember, ADUs can go up to 30 feet and 5 feet from the property line. Should we not treat accessory buildings the same way? So it does have an impact on that conversation. So I just wanted to put those two out there. So before I move on to the next bill, I just wanted to pause briefly to see if there were any questions about that one, any comments. Again, I know we're short on time. We'd be happy to take any input in the ensuing days, though.
Any questions? Nope, we're good.
Okay. All right, the next bill is, oops, let me go back. The next bill is HB 2297. They call it the Adaptive Reuse Bill. This was also another bipartisan bill sponsored by Basucci, Representative Basucci, signed by the governor back in April. And this pertains to the conversion of some commercial office space to multifamily residential. All right, so this applies to all cities over 150,000 people, and again, that we fall within that bracket. And again, we have to have this in place by January 1st, 2025. So essentially what this bill says is that we have to allow the conversion or adaptive reuse of up to 10% of the inventory of all of our commercial, office, mixed-use buildings citywide to multifamily, and we have to do that without requiring a public hearing. So we can't require a rezone, we can't require a use permit, we have to allow that by right if somebody wanted to convert a building. So you start by understanding what is the citywide inventory of buildings that fall within those categories. So I'll just make up a simple example. If we have 100 buildings in the city, we have to allow at least up to 10 of them to be converted to multifamily housing. How much input will this have citywide? In my view, I don't think it's going to have a big impact on the city, because in a minute I'll talk about some of the objective standards that we have to adopt as part of it. And when you see those, I think we'll probably have very few qualifying examples. I think this bill is probably mostly directed towards more urban locations like Phoenix and Tempe, for example. Okay, the bill says we can update that baseline inventory of existing buildings every 10 years. The bill also gives us the ability to designate what they call a commercial or an employment hub, where buildings are excluded from that conversion. Now, there are some caveats on that, so I'll make up an example. Let's say we called downtown Peoria a commercial or employment hub, right? And I have to take an account of all the buildings in that area. The number of the buildings in that area can't exceed more than 10% of the buildings citywide, so it kind of keeps that area in check in terms of its size and scale there. Also, as I mentioned before, we can't require a public hearing process for this conversion. We have to allow it outright. We can require objective review through the site plan process or what's known as a tenant improvement process. That's a building permit. Some of the other modified standards that were built into the bill in terms of parking. So they do a conversion. What are the parking requirements? Well, it's whatever the multifamily district requires in a code, or if it's a mixed-use project, it's the sum of the parking spaces in that project, or they can provide a qualified parking study to tell us what the parking requirements are. What are the setbacks for this conversion? Well, it's the lesser of whatever the multifamily district provides in our code or the district that this conversion is occurring in. Building height, okay, so how high can the building be if they do conversion? Well, if the building is within 100 feet of a residential zone, it can be no more than 2 stories. If it's beyond 100 feet, we have to allow 5 stories. Or it's the highest allowable height for a multifamily district within 1 mile. If there's no multifamily district within 1 mile, we have to utilize the closest multifamily district to the building. So if you're confused and your head's spinning, believe me, when we started reading this at first, we were too. But again, this is something that we'll have to build into the code. So essentially, the density then is the highest allowable multifamily density within 1 mile or the closest multifamily zoning district. That's what we have to allow by right. I mentioned some of the objective standards that we have to build into it. They're good. We have to require site plan review. They have to show us that they have adequate public and sewer facilities. They do have to comply with the building and fire codes. And then this fourth one, this is the big one. They have to demonstrate that the building they want to convert is economically or functionally obsolete. So that's a defined term, and that's essentially a building that is in a state of disrepair or has a 50% vacancy, right? So if it meets that, then, and we call it that, you can convert it. It also, the building also has to be on a property that is between 1 and 20 acres. And if they do the conversion, they have to provide documentation that they have to set aside at least 20% of those units for moderate income or low income restricted for at least 20 years. So you can see with those last 3 bullets, I don't think it's really gonna have a big impact on the city, but it is something we do have to address in the code amendment. So a couple of the policy questions that it does invite, like the last one, we can't exclude it within the vicinity of military airport or the commercial hub conversation. The definition of economically or functionally obsolete. So it says state of disrepair or 50% vacancy, but what it doesn't say, and this is where we can add a little weight to the conversation, is, well, how long has the building been 50% vacant? How long has it been a state of disrepair? The bill doesn't address that, so that's really up to us in the code if we want to address that part. And then the third part, the restricted units, says they're restricted for what period of time? Is it 20 years? Is it 25? That's up to the city to determine that. That's not determined by the bill. All right, a lot of information on that one. Are there any questions before I move on to the third and last one?
Mayor? Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Rick, Chris, thank you so much for, I think you said you were going to put the FAQs on our city website.
Yes,
so
sir.
thank you, because this is a lot of information. I'm sure we'll all have a lot of questions. HB 2297. So, Chris, you said that it was a percentage of the number of buildings within a city, and you said that we were going to do analysis to determine what type of impact that would be. Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Schaefer, yes, we have to take an inventory, number one, of all our buildings that are commercial, office, or mixed use, right? And then don't forget, so 10% can be converted, but don't forget they have to be economically or functionally obsolete to qualify.
And one last question on top of that. It is said that it couldn't be done in a commercial hub. What's defined as a commercial hub?
So, yes, sir, it's the same definition as before. So it's up for us to define. If we want to define an area that we do not want to allow conversion of buildings, because we want to retain it as a commercial district, we can define that area. And this says that, the only thing that limits it is the number of buildings within that area are limited to a certain size.
Perfect. Thank you, Chris.
You bet. Yes, correct. All right. And then the third and last bill, this is a little simpler, so this is a good one to finish on. This is residential rezoning housing assessment, SB 1162. Sponsor of the bill. This was also bipartisan, by the way, Representative Champ, signed by the governor in April. So this also requires changes to the code by January 1st. All right. So first off, it requires a housing assessment that we have to publish before January 1st, and we have to update every 5 years thereafter. So it gives information on what are your housing needs, what are your deficits, what are your, what are your housing needs going forward with development. We also have to submit an annual report to the Arizona Department of Housing. There's a number of metrics that are tracked within that bill. So the impact to Peoria, it's ongoing. Again, we have to develop these reports and submit them every year and every 5 years. The update to the 2023 report is underway by our Neighborhood and Human Services Department. There's a second part to the bill, and it has to do with rezones and what they call a shot clock, okay? And so what it says is when somebody submits a rezone case, well, we have to determine completeness within 30 days. That's not a big deal. We usually do that within a day or two. It's no impact to the city. If a city was to determine it not complete and they resubmit it, they have to do it within 15 days. Again, not an impact for us. We allow our applicants today to file applications electronically via a developmental portal. Again, 2 days, we have these cases determined complete and they're activated. The second part of the bill says that we have to reach a decision. We have to either approve or deny the rezone within 180 days, 6 months. Now, we all know the rezone process, it's a public process, and depending on where it's located and the public interest issues, it can go on for longer than that, right? And it might require more neighborhood meetings, and certainly we wouldn't want to artificially abbreviate that process. So the city does have the ability in those cases to grant a 30-day extension if there are extenuating circumstances, or if the applicant request, we can also grant a 30-day extension. Why would they request? I mean, if we're at a period of 180 days and we're not in a position to support a case, we're not likely to want to recommend approval, right? And applicant's going to want to probably ask to get that extension granted and extended. Now, there is one caveat in the bill that protects a lot of Peoria. This is where I don't think it'd be a huge impact on the city, is it excludes any PADs or PCDs. So most of our zoning cases today are PADs, planned area developments, or PCDs. The vast majority are. So they would not be covered under the rezone shot clock bill, just straight rezones. And just to, nominally, most of our cases anyway, they're processed under 180 days. So we don't really see a big impact there, but we do have to modify our code to be able to respond to this requirement. All right, let me just finish up here. Our staff, we're quickly working on these bills. We've got a number of people working. We've got some working groups in progress. We have drafts for all these right now that are being vetted internally. Tonight, we're introducing this to you all. We have a Planning and Zoning Commission on October 3rd. We're going to provide them an overview. We're going to do a second study session, introduce the code requirements. We are going to put these out for public review. I believe it's October 7th. I think it's the next slide, for any input or any questions they might have. I know this is an abbreviated process, but like I said at the beginning, we have a very short time frame to bring these forward. We're looking at Planning Commission November 7th, and I'm sorry, the last council meeting of the year, we're going to have several code amendments that we're going to be bringing to you for your consideration there. Okay, so zoning code amendments, Rick mentioned the FAQs we're going to put on the website. We also have a briefing summary that I have with all those elements. We'll also put that on the website as well, including all our staff contact information, how somebody can be involved, and how they can comment on the bill. And there you have the dates up there, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take your questions.
Any other questions? Nope, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, with that, there being no further business, I hereby declare the study session adjourned, and we will be back in 10 minutes.
The Mayor and City Council welcome you to the Peoria City Council meeting. As a courtesy to others, please silence all phones. If you would like to address an issue that is on the agenda, or if you would like to speak to the council regarding a non-agenda item, please complete a speaker request form, which can be found in the front lobby of the Peoria City Council chambers or in the tray to the left of the speaker's podium. Please place the completed speaker request form in the second tray to the left of the speaker's podium labeled Request to Speak. All speakers will have 3 minutes to complete their comments. A countdown clock is easily visible on the left side of the wall behind the City Council dais. Only items listed on the agenda may be addressed by the council. Since items presented as part of a speaker's request have not been listed on the agenda, and due to the requirements of open meeting laws, the council will be unable to respond to items presented as part of the speaker's request. However, please be aware that your comments will be noted. The speaker's name will be called to speak at the appropriate time, in the order that the forms were received. Thank you for your interest and participation in the Peoria City Council meeting.
Good evening and welcome to Peoria City Council meeting. I hereby call the meeting of September 17th, 2024 to order. Those who are able, please stand for the invocation by Wes Wagner, Stake Patriarch of the Church of Jesus of Christ of Latter-day Saints, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful this day to be gathered together as thy sons and daughters. We're grateful for those who sacrifice of their time to serve the community. We're grateful for the citizens who support them and who have the freedom to express their views. We're all grateful for the great blessing we have to live in this free country, with the blessings that we have above all other nations. We're grateful for the service of those in the armed forces who make this liberty possible. We pray that thou will bless them. We pray that tonight we may treat each other as we would like to be treated, that there might be civility, that there might be the spirit of compromise, as all who have come desire only the best for the community. We pray that thy Spirit will be with us and that we can be people of decency and respect with one another. We love thee and are grateful for the blessings that thou hast given us, especially the gift of thy Son. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Beck?
Here.
Vice Mayor Edwards?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Crawford?
Here.
Councilmember Patena?
Here.
Councilmember Dunn?
Here.
Councilmember Finn?
Here.
Councilmember Schaefer?
Present.
Councilor Youth Adamshaw? Here. Councilor Youth Tuwari?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If anyone would like to address the council about a matter, please submit a speaker request form, which can be found at the entrance of the room to the clerk at this time. Next, I would like to recognize City Manager Henry Darwin to introduce the joint presentation regarding the upcoming labor negotiations for AFSCME.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a couple of brief presentations this evening to initiate the labor negotiations that are going to start as early as tomorrow. At the table, we have both city representatives and representatives from the two labor unions that are going to be the subject of the negotiation starting tomorrow. And rather than introducing them and them likely introducing themselves again, I'm just going to have maybe turn over to you, Brianne, or Christine. I'll turn it over to Christine. Christine Nickel, our Human Resources Director, to introduce herself, and then maybe either introduce everyone or have them introduce themselves. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you, Mr. Darwin, and good evening, Mayor and members of the council. It's our pleasure to come before you this evening with our formal kickoff to the meet and confer process with both our represented group, AFSCME and COPS. Joining me this evening is Brianne Nelson, Deputy Human Resources Director, and representing AFSCME, Josh Capilla, President of Local 3282, and Seth Bigelow, President of our COPS Labor Group. We have a short presentation for you this evening that we've collaborated together off, and without further ado, we will get started.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Darwin. We're excited to be here again. It seems like we were just here not that long ago with another labor group, but we're back at it, and we will ultimately be having 3 of these presentations with you as the fall goes on. So tonight we're going to give you a brief overview of the bargaining process, how we're going to handle it. We'll give you a brief presentation of your interests as we have confirmed with you, and then our labor group, both AFSCME and COPS, will share their interests that you have previously received in a much longer presentation through the city clerk earlier this month. So on this chart, you can see that the city has 4 distinct labor groups here, which represent 800 positions, which is amazing for our city. So PPOA, we finished up with last year. We spent a lot of time with you on that. And tonight, we're going to specifically speak about COPS and AFSCME. As you can see, they both expire in June, so we have a lot of work to do before the end of the year so that we can initiate a new MOU for both groups on July 1 of 2025. So with AFSCME, this group, 3282, represents 500 positions here at the city, and our COPS group represents 31 sergeants. So the city of Peoria, we're here tonight because city code is very specific and designates what we need to do, what the timeline is, and who is involved. So we will be talking about 3 main areas with the groups and only discussing wages, hours, and working conditions. So City Council, you have provided us guidance and direction to the staff negotiators as we move forward, starting our negotiations literally tomorrow at noon. So we're ready to get started, so thank you for all of your help and guidance as we got to this point. We will be communicating your interests to our labor groups, and then we will be reporting back to you how things are going as we go through the process. We're going to work together to make sure we get your priorities met and the priorities of the city, as well as the priorities that have already been presented by our labor groups. So it's going to be a very fast fall. We're going to be before you a number of times, so hopefully we can make this exciting and quick enough that you're excited to see us again. So the interests that we confirmed for you this year, from you going forward, are 2 main priorities. We want to have the city, the council wants to have high-performing employees. We want to be an employer of choice. We're going to work very hard to continue with that status. We want our employees to be well-trained and competent, and we want them to be highly skilled and motivated. And the reason why we want that is so that we can ensure we are providing core services to our citizens, and also ensure in doing that we are supporting the city's viability financially and making sure our core services are met along with superior public safety. So the way that we do this is through 3 main tenets of our negotiation process. We have our labor management relationships, which we will be mutually respectful and positive, collaborative, and problem solving as we go along. And we work hard not only at the table, but between the times that we're negotiating. As you can see, we're all here together. We have one presentation jointly to share with you, not individual presentations. Then during the negotiation process, we're going to be very transparent with each other. We're going to ensure we have role integrity and we stick with the areas that we've agreed to through our ground rules and have regular communication with each other and you. Finally, the result of all of this, we plan to have a multi-year agreement with decisions based on data-driven decisions through compensation, We want to have great resources for staffing, and our language needs to be clean and concise. So we will be going through the contracts very detailed and clean them up where we need to make sure everybody understands the intent of our language, and then ensure that we have clearly defined the roles and responsibilities, both as the city and as the labor group. So we have a lot on our plate to get through, but I know together we can get that done. So Josh, I believe you would like to talk through 3282's presentation for the interests. Thank you.
Good evening, council. Good evening, mayor. Good evening, Henry. It's nice to be here. We appreciate the opportunity as AFSCME Local 32 as an organization working in conjunction with the city of Peoria. AFSCME Local 3282, this is our strategic agenda for essential public workers. Who is AFSCME? Well, AFSCME is the largest workforce covering over 120 job classifications. AFSCME is proud to serve the citizens of Peoria for 37 years. AFSCME represents workers from water, parks, solid waste, facilities, city hall, fire, and police. These here is what our union considers the golden tenets of AFSCME as an organization. We believe that in order to be the employer of choice, that our collective bargaining between our negotiating teams can result in just that. And number one would be working on transparency and accountability. And what that means is operating good faith with one another and working towards resolutions when they arise, whether it comes from grievances or how to mitigate issues and just how to handle things at the lowest level. We believe when we perform that as an organization with our officers, it enables our organization to build strong relationships with the city of Peoria and AFSCME as a whole. Another thing is we want to look at competitive market wage adjustment and retention. How do we do that? We do that through adjusting our wages through mid-year adjustments and looking at viable market solutions when it comes to keeping retention of the employees. As you know, there's been times where the city of Peoria has been good at conducting a market analysis and adjusting wages periodically to the employees in different departments. Another thing that I would like to mention is retention appreciation bonuses, that the employees really do appreciate that when they basically get that reciprocal appreciation back. Because the economy right now and hyperinflation, a lot of employees are struggling here at the city of Peoria. So combined with appreciation bonuses, competitive market adjustments, we believe that strengthens retention. And also talking to a lot of the individuals that we cover, AFSCME takes great pride, the employees, in working for the city of Peoria. Every time they put on a uniform, just like a police officer or a firefighter, they really take a lot of pride. And we believe keeping jobs at home and not subcontracting them out is super important to the employees, and it builds up morale. And I know it might seem viable for some instances to contract jobs out, but we feel as an organization, talking to the employees, that sustaining jobs at home really benefits the city of Peoria with well-trained employees. We believe that COLA adjustments to maintain market viability is a very important thing. Nobody has a crystal ball. We don't know what the economy is going to project. And in negotiations between our negotiating teams, there has to be an element of projecting the economy through analysis. And we're working on both sides in conjunction with one another to make sure that's as strong as possible in order to project the economy, to maintain workers and retention, and to make sure that just because we have inflation doesn't mean you have to go somewhere else, that we can maintain being the employer of choice. Another goal is the MOU contract language to enhance labor relations. We believe that there is a lot of gray areas, and cleaning up the MOU will enhance labor relations and communications due to no misconceptions based off contract language that seems kind of messy, and there's a lot of gray areas. So we believe there can be a better understanding between management and labor if the contract language is cleaned up. So we're going to be working very hard on that. We do know that we have an HSA retirement of a conversion of sick time. AFSCME does believe that we continuously have to work on strategic retirement goals like other cities, to attract workers, to maintain that viability, to basically show all the cities in Arizona that we are the employer of choice. So we are dedicated to working with Peoria as an organization to increase and enhance the strategic retirement goals, whether that's the 457, the retirement itself, whether being involved in a healthcare system even after retirement. We believe that there's a way to make that happen for all the employees of the city of Peoria. And that ends our presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, please.
Questions, Al? I think we're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you having us here.
All right, thank you, Josh. And now Sergeant Bigelow for the COPS presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Darwin, City staff. Thank you for having us here tonight. Again, I represent the City of Peoria Police Supervisors Association, which represents approximately 30 police sergeants for our city. Our action items in this contract negotiation and meet and confer are going to be to review and update our current language within the Memorandum of Understanding. We want to ensure accuracy, consistency, and clarity of language. We want to review our wages, and we want to review the working conditions to ensure equity, retention, and recruitment of quality candidates into the future. Our goals are to ensure that our citizens and city have a reputable group of first-line police supervisors. And we want to ensure that we have an attractive, equitable, and sustainable working environment for our first-line police supervisors. So our strategy to accomplish this is simple. It's going to be to work based off of our already existing relationship that we've established with city and your team that you've put in place to work through this process. So we look forward to the process and beginning tomorrow.
So thank you guys both for sharing your thoughts. And again, you did receive a larger packet of information from both groups to take a look at when you have time. So the next steps as outlined in code is we get started. So we're getting started tomorrow, like I said, with COPS, and then on Thursday with AFSCME. And so we intend to be back here hopefully in several weeks with a great contract from both groups. And we need to have that done before the end of the calendar year or the last council meeting of the year. So we've got a lot of work to do, guys. So we're going to have to get started really quick. If we don't have resolution, which I'm confident we will, but if we don't, then we'll follow the next steps in city code, which will take us into next year. So I'm confident collaboratively, guys, we can have a good time and get this done and be positive and professional and collaborative together. So I'll see you guys later this week. Thank you and have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Awesome. Next, we will receive an update on the presentation on Hyperion. For that, I would like to recognize Deputy City Manager Mike Faust.
He's trying to give me a heart attack, Mayor.
Yeah, I know you left the room
He just
right as
walked
you were
out the
getting ready
room
to
as you
go. He's like, that's it, I'm done. I'm out of here. I was like, where's he going?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thanks for having me here. We're going to tackle a topic that's come out publicly in the last couple of days and just have a transparent and open conversation about this Hyperion technology project. I'll be happy to answer your questions as we go along. So the purpose of today's conversation, we want to provide additional information for the council and the community. What do we know about Hyperion Technologies, you know, in an open conversation, right? Different than what we may hear in the media. We'll describe the involvement with the city of this project, and we'll talk about it past, present, and what we're looking for in the future. But we'll also talk about why companies are choosing 5 North at Vistancia, because I think that's one of the big topics of discussion relative to this. And we'll use that as a segue to get into our smart growth and supporting economic development while balancing the varying community needs and wants, right? So what do we know about Hyperion Technologies? If you've looked on their website, as reported directly there, their foundational offerings include full design and fabrication of integrated circuit substrates, full design and fabrication of chiplets, and post-fabrication and turnkey supply chain services. This is direct from their website and is publicly available. What we can share is that Hyperion is currently developing its technology offerings elsewhere, not here in the city, and they plan to transfer those offerings to its future facility when the time is appropriate. Hyperion, the land purchaser, its partner and investors are actively raising capital to fund the project. So that means for us, we view this at this point as a conceptual project. The city and Hyperion do not have a development agreement. And I think that is important to note. I mean, we've received a lot of communication over the last 10 days, I'd say. Thankfully, I don't have social media, so I don't read that, but people send me things, and like, well, the council secretly voted on a development agreement. Those things simply are not true. Development agreements, any development agreement, as you well know, comes before the council, gets voted on in public. So if there was a development agreement, there would clearly be a public record of that. By way of history, though, I think it is important to note, this is not a new endeavor. The city initially was introduced to the Hyperion project in the first quarter of calendar year 2022, or 2022. So it has been some time since the city has been speaking with them. City management started to engage with Hyperion really in the third quarter of calendar year 2022. And then Hyperion presented directly to city management in the fourth quarter of 2022. So that's before some of you have actually sat in your seats, right? Since that time, through 23 and 24, city management and Hyperion has conducted various conceptual discussions over the past 20 months. And it's important to note, and so we called this out in this blue bullet, it's important to note that projects are publicly stated at the time of pre-application. And public announcements are made once site plans progress and ground break is imminent. So let's just unpack that for a second. We have a lot of projects that come to the city. A lot of conceptual things come to us. Some progress, some don't. So we're very specific and strategic about when those communications come out. A pre-application meeting is a place where you'd see those things come out because we publicize a calendar for them. When you have site plans that come in, right, there's a public notification process associated with site plans. Everybody who lives within 300 to 500 feet or an HOA within 1 mile of those properties are notified of those site plans. So we're very, very mindful when we communicate these things. And in this particular case, a public reporting of a project may come out, and it simply was not at the point of communicating. And we'll touch on that. So I sent an email to all the council members the night that it publicly came out, because when projects are ready for public communication, as you well know, we do this frequently. We come and we speak preemptively to you because you shouldn't hear about those things through the media. In this particular case, you heard about it because it was premature to report it that way. And so as such, we thought it appropriate to come here and have this conversation. But as you see from the slide, these conversations have been going on for some period of time. I do want to highlight one particular thing because over the past 20 months, technical discussions have been going on with this development about the project site, and they've included conceptual site plans. Concept Companies, who is the individual seeking to purchase land, did submit a pre-application request in February of 24. So they did come in with a pre-application and wanted to meet. And we advised them at the time, look, we think it's premature. We think that the project's not ready to go to that point. So we held a technical meeting. We talked about what the expectations are of the city, what it would look like to be here, what are those expectations. And as noted on the slide, that meeting happened on April 15th. And it happened between Concept Companies, who is the individual seeking to develop this property, and Hyperion, who's one of the users of that particular site. It's also important to note, technical meetings routinely occur for projects in the conceptual phase, so developers understand what would be expected of them. So this is not uncommon for people who are looking to do something and they're still in those early phases. They're looking to acquire property. They meet with us. We go through technical requirements, and that way they clearly understand what's there. Now, I do want to highlight one thing, one additional thing. which is the council has received regular updates on this project. So every single month, you get a slide deck from the economic development team that provides everything that's maybe a lead or a qualified lead. So what that means is, hey, we have somebody's interested. A qualified lead is, hey, it's got some realness to it. A prospect, like they're getting serious. A qualified prospect, they're getting even closer. And a locate means, hey, they're interested, but it's not a done deal. The particular slide you have here, it says concept at the top because they're the lead developer for the particular site. But it does mention Hyperion in more than one place in the slide. Again, this is an example from January of 2024, but these are slides that each of you receive on a monthly basis for regular updates. And at any point, if there's questions, we're more than happy from the economic development team, from the city management team to answer those questions. Now, one thing I'll say, just having read a lot of the communications that come out, said, hey, thanks, but I still don't understand why you would put this project in 5 North at Vistancia. And I think it's important to understand a couple things here. When a prospective business approaches the city, or maybe the city approaches a prospective business, we promote all available buildings and sites throughout the cities based on that prospect's needs and the current zoning available. So if somebody approaches us and they say, hey, I have a need and it will fit into an existing facility, we'll look for an existing facility with the appropriate zoning in place and try to put them there. Because I've seen many emails, well, why aren't you trying to put them in South Peoria? Well, at the end of the day, there are no buildings that support that. They need a build-to-suit application. So let's talk about that. Large parcels of entitled zoned land are in high demand in North Phoenix and the Northwest Valley, right? It is true. TSMC has brought a high level of demand to the community, especially in this North Phoenix, Northwest Valley. There is a high level of demand for zoned property large enough to build decent-sized facilities. Vistancia happens to have the only land in the city of Peoria zoned with these large acreage parcels that can handle it. So if a prospect comes to the city and they're looking to build something, a logical connection for us is to connect it. Why? Because they have the land available. Companies are seeking opportunities to acquire property for these build-to-suit locations for 2 reasons, really. The proximity to TSMC is a big one, but this is a great community and people want to be here, right? We've had these conversations. This is a city people want to be in. Now, 5 North has always been contemplated as an employment center. So before any residential was constructed, I think it's important to note, the first homes were built out in Vistancia in 2004. This was zoned in 1999, and these employment plays and these zoning codes were put in place before the first house was ever built. So the property is zoned for this use, and it can be constructed by right. So you have a private developer, you have a private landowner, you have a private business, you have a private transaction. They can do that by right. So I think it is.
Can you explain by right for people? Just so
Yeah.
because I think that
Yeah,
term.
thank you, Mayor. So when zoning is in place, when we say by right, the zoning dictates the standards and the use of the property. So if you have you have a property that's zoned for single-family residential homes, and it's only zoned for that. So by right, a developer could come in and build single-family homes. If they choose to build an apartment complex, they have to rezone the property because they don't have the right to build that land use category in this zoned property.
Meaning if it's commercial and zoned commercial.
So a great example. So I go to another parcel that's zoned commercial, right? And commercial meaning the transaction of goods and services. Commercial does not mean industrial. I'll touch on that in a little bit. But let's say it's zoned for, again, let's say it's zoned in industrial. They have the right. If a government tries to take that right, that's a take. You're preventing somebody from doing something they have the legal right to do on the property. And so that's important to note because this right exists. You have a private entity selling property to a private entity and doing something that they're already zoned to do, okay? Now, it is important to also note that the 5 North, really what we refer to as the commercial core, was larger. Now it's 320 acres. The employment portion of Vistancia used to be larger than just 5 North. Over time, the developer has actually rezoned property to convert it from commercial, from industrial applications, manufacturing applications into residential applications. So when people say, hey, we see this encroachment of employment uses into our residential, the exact opposite is true. If you go back and look at the PCD amendments over time, the housing has actually encroached to reduce the employment play. Now, another thing we've heard a lot over the last 10 days is, well, these employment uses are coming in and the community is not getting what was committed, right? The property is shrinking and Amcor's coming in and we hear about this other project and what we were told and what we were sold by the developer is not gonna happen. If you look at the map on the slide, this is the exact same map that got put up by the developer, Vistancia, during the zoning case last spring. And as you see, the land use map has not changed. So when folks say that Amcor or even this Hyperion project is taking away the residential that's there, not a true statement. When we say that these business uses, this employment plays are taking away the retail plays, it's not the same. It's not happening. So 5 North at Vistancia continues conversation in all areas planned to be included in this 320-acre mixed use. So when you see this list, Main Street, restaurant, and retail, it's still planned. Healthcare and office, it's still planned just south of the Fries. Hospitality, still planned. The mid and high density residential, it's still planned. And now what's coming out is the employment plays, they're not the office that's listed on there. That's a true and transparent thing. The developer has office listed on the slide, I get that. But when you look at the PCD, the businesses that are going there are there by right. They can do that. Now, the other thing that's been located there since the zoning case, American Leadership Academy. If you drive by there, that thing's at full tilt. I mean, they are planning to open for the next academic school year. This is a fantastic thing. Adjacent to that, shown in green, is the special use park that we'll build out. Will include softball and baseball fields and multi-use parks, right? This is a commitment of the developer to develop that, and it's coming through. And we also know that parcel D15 and D16, they're depicted in the larger, I guess that's peach? I don't know.
Let's call it tactical.
Huh?
Tactical pink. Salmon? I don't know. Salmon, maybe?
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
The one in the middle, it says D15 and D16. That's where Amcor's going. And so it's the employment play. But again, by right, they go there. Now, is it necessarily what was contemplated there originally? No. But again, the demands of TSMC have really shifted that semiconductor microelectronics supply chain demand to this part of the country, which is a favorable thing. And in this particular case, by right, it can go there. Now, I do want to highlight again, because I read some more communications that, these projects are simply going to strip away the Main Street, Curlin's Commons approach that was committed. At the end of the day, the development is still planning this Main Street retail and restaurant corridor in 5 North. It's still planned. Now, it's not on us as a city. We try to help enable things. This is a private development. If I owned land and had enough money, I might go build it, but I don't, right? At the end of the day, this is private development. That's what they do. As a city, we do our best to remove barriers, to make sure that the opportunity to develop product happens as quickly as possible, and we are doing that with Vistancia. They are great partners. They're committed. Look, they have spent 20-plus years developing one of the most beautiful communities in our entire state, and they are committed to continuing to do that, and they plan to deliver the assets that they had intended. But I want to use this as a segue on a broader topic, right? The city is working to make available options for smart growth outside of Vistancia, because you might say, hey, great. So if the only place in the city for these larger parcels of land, right, really for any fresh new land, is inside of Vistancia, what are we doing as city staff to fulfill the economic development vision of this council? And so I'm going to take this opportunity to touch on that. And Chris Jaquez, our planning director, is going to come up and further build on that when we talk about the general plan. But the general plan amendment that's being proposed tonight is specifically to bring forth smart growth. Because people say, well, there's all kinds of land available. And yes, there is all kinds of land in Peoria, but it's not available. It's simply not available. So when people go up and say, I was in this room for a zoning case 2 weeks ago, and somebody goes, don't build that here, just build it north of here. And the answer is you can't. You cannot, because that land is not available, because it's still part of the state land trust. And the general plan amendment that's being presented tonight is the first step in starting to unlock that. So I'd like to take a second and touch on that.
Can you repeat that part one more time? So
Yeah,
because
so-
I literally I want everybody to understand this, because this is probably the most significant thing that you're gonna hear tonight. You can shake
Yeah,
your-
so-
Hold
so
on
we-
a second, hold on a second. We can shake our heads all you want. Everybody wants restaurants, everybody wants shopping, everybody wants what they want. None of that happens without what this gentleman is actually trying to say. So I hope, and you're gonna make the decisions of how you'd like to make them, but I would hope that you're actually listening and actually listening to the professionals that are actually saying this.
Okay, so to that point, we were in here, I'm gonna call it 10 days ago. It was a couple of Thursdays ago. It ran late, kind of like tonight. It's gonna run late. And we were here listening, and so I caught this, one gentleman got up and spoke, and he says, listen, I'm not against this project. I'm against this project here, right? Just do it up the road. And I got thinking in my head, yeah, that would be great, but you can't. But you can't. Because if you live on Lake Pleasant Parkway, as soon as you cross West Wing, right? West Wing to the east, turns to Lone Mountain on the west. Once you cross that threshold, it's all state land. It's all part of the state land trust. And the whole point of this general plan amendment is to force the city and the state to work collaboratively to create two master plan communities. So the map that's in front of you is a very powerful map. It does a couple things for us. So what we're looking at, you can see I-17 running up the right side of the map. On the left side of the map, you could see our three master plan communities that exist here. You have Vistancia, Saddleback Heights, Lake Pleasant Heights. What you see in the purple ovals are the number of residential entitlements. What that means is that's how many homes, residential homes or units can be built. If you do the math real quick, it's somewhere around 60,000 between North Phoenix and Northwest Peoria. You'll also see where it says Biscuit Flats. That's another master plan community that's going to be coming to the market in the next couple of years. Just north of the 303, you can see the 1,100 acres that makes up TSMC. So you see this great opportunity for the city of Peoria to do some very intelligent moves from a smart growth standpoint. And so with that, and we say, hey, there is no developable land. In fact, Chris will talk about it. 75% of the developable land left in our city is in the state trust. And so our task as staff to fulfill the mission that this council has given us, that I believe every one of the council members believe in economic development and smart growth, is to go find a reasonable and most effective way of bringing this land to market. So I'm going to highlight, you can see in the map, NPG, bottom of the screen, looks like Thor's hammer, yeah? NPG, North Peoria Gateway, that is one of the master plan communities we're talking about. The other one, the Peoria Innovation Core, 6,700 acres, broken into 3 development cores, is the second one we'll talk about. But the general plan amendment is a key component to do thoughtful and intelligent development. Now I'm going to highlight a couple of things that I think are important here. The general plan amendment creates a policy framework for the creation of these 2 master planned areas, right? That was the whole intention, right? The general plan does not establish the zoning. It does not create the zoning. So that means you have to do lower level zoning below the general plan amendment. The general plan amendment the general plan is just a policy document. It gives super high level, but now what it's saying by voting yes on this, essentially you're saying, I need you to go think about these things cohesively and intelligently. I'm going to make a very specific statement. Contrary to ill-informed reports, the general plan amendment is not intended to facilitate the construction of an airport. To that point, The general plan amendment neither promotes nor prohibits an airport. An airport evaluation is not dependent upon the general plan. In fact, you can go build an airport without a general plan amendment. So coming in and saying, vote no on that to stop an airport just doesn't make sense. But what it does force us to do by putting the state land planning designation, it requires a lower level planned community development to be created, zoning to be established. Chris is going to get up and walk through a bunch more on this, but I'm going to touch briefly on North Peoria Gateway, which is a zoning case going through the public process right now. Many of the people in this room, I see them at all those meetings. They're very well informed and participating in that. The public process is real. It is transparent. All the noise about people hiding things is noise, right? At the end of the day, these meetings they follow state law, they follow city code, and we will touch on them briefly here. The North Peoria Gateway, again, the general plan would create a state land planning designation for a 1,620 acre area. You can see on the map, this is really from Happy Valley, west of the 303, pushing north to the south end of Estancia. It's 1,620 acres. The PCD zoning case is in process now, right? It's in the process now. This is a thoughtful planning around residential transitions, and so I know some of the council members have been adamant, be thoughtful about transitions against Trilogy and transitions out of Estancia. A lot of energy, you see the yellow on the map on the left side of Thor's Hammer there, that means single-family residential. It means be thoughtful and transition from low-density residential to low-density, and then build the intensity and the uses as you get closer to the freeway. We are targeting several specific and strategic parcels within this project. We hear very clearly that people in this community, like I live here too, nobody wants to drive to the Four Corners every Friday night because there's one or two restaurants to pick from. We hear clearly, give us the retail and the commercial that are necessary for the community. So there are strategic parcels inside of this strategy that are intended to fulfill the city's, the citizens' asks and needs. Now, on October 15th, we've specifically asked our Economic Development Director, Jen Stein, to come do a presentation to council on the economic development strategy for this area. And it's important to note that we're promoting retail, commercial, and mixed-use applications inside of here, right? So I intentionally say, like, this is a flexible zoning case. There's no two bits about that, and as you read the zoning documents, you'll see it is a flexible zoning application. But from a city standpoint, an economic development standpoint, we are promoting retail, commercial, and mixed use. The reason why and if I just could too, I just caught a note on my sheet. I saw a post on, so you can call it commercial, but we all know it's industrial. I read that this week. Commercial does not equal industrial. So when you look at land use tables, commercial means the transaction of goods and services, right? And it does not mean the application of industrial. So if that's the one state land planning designation is the North Peoria Gateway, the second one is the Peoria Innovation Core, right? So the Peoria Innovation Core is a 6,700 acre mixed use planned community development. This one is trailing in the development. So general plan amendment first, North Peoria Gateway currently in the zoning process now, public comment, public participation. We've had tons of public participation. It's really been a great conversation. Well, some days. This particular one is trailing a little bit behind. We will, the land planning associated with this one is just getting started, and the zoning case will most likely not come into play until the spring of 2025, right? Because the team has to go do all the technical work to bring it to do. But I want to highlight a couple of things here. Core 1 in this particular application, so let me just bound the map for you. The south end of this map, you can loosely see in the bottom right corner where West Wing Parkway would feed into Lake Pleasant Parkway. And that donut, little green dot in there, the BLM land, that's that little mountain that sticks up just west of the entrance to Paloma. The intention for Core 1 is a residential transition. There's houses right there. We're not gonna go build a big building, right? So we'll transition, residential, add some commercial, right? Because some additional commercial would work really well. Retail on the corner of Lake Pleasant Parkway and the 303 would be a great application. Core 2, it is our intention to promote business park, to promote industrial there, north of the 303, south of the cap, to specifically bring land to the market. So the only option available is not just Vistancia, but there are other options for us to promote smart growth within our community. And then north of the 303, there is a lot of land. You will have residential there, you will have commercial there, you will have mixed use. You will most likely have some industrial there as well. Now, let's just be transparent. Core 3 is the area that is being studied as a possible air park location, right? Airport and adjacent uses for an air park combination. That's the one that's being studied. But again, the general plan does not promote nor prohibit this air park. It doesn't promote it in one way, it doesn't prohibit it in any other way, right? There are other subsequent activities that would have to happen to make that real. So again, these land planning efforts are just getting started. We're issuing a contract and working with a consultant on this planning. And it's important to note that the PCD will go through the standard planning and zoning process, including all the public participation that's there. I do really want to highlight too, because we've heard a lot of people ask questions about water and infrastructure. I've only been at the city a little over 500 days. We're blessed in the city of Peoria to have the staff we do because they are experts at planning infrastructure for our community and in particular our water portfolio. So when people say, well, you're doing all this development and you're taking the water, the city of Peoria will reach build out not when we run out of land. The city of Peoria will reach build out when we cap our water allocation, somewhere in the late 2050s, right? The team has thought through that very well. They have thought. So again, all of that planning is contemplated inside of these projects. So I bring all this up because I know that the presentation topic was Hyperion, but it's so much more than just Hyperion. Specific to Hyperion, these conversations have been going on for well over 2 years. Before many of you were in these seats, that conversation had been going on. They were located into a property that is zoned. They don't own the property. That transaction is still out there. They don't own it. The project is not imminent. It is conceptual at this point, and is why we have not come out and publicly talked about it, because it's got to cross those thresholds till we get there. The project is seeking capital funding to progress to that point, right? And it's important to note, as I said earlier, the city does not have a development agreement for this particular project. But I wanted to use this opportunity to say, hey, yes, there's this Hyperion thing, but the reason why those projects keep locating there is because this smart growth project needs to play out. The city staff have been diligently pursuing these smart growth options. And again, the strategy of working with state land to bring these things to bar isn't new to this council or this staff. That's been in flight for 5, 6, 8, 10 years. We're just the fortunate benefactors who've been able to put the pieces together to bring it to market. So with that, as we look at Hyperion and we look at any of these and trying to be smart about the growth of our city, the general plan amendment is supportive of doing that. It does so by creating these 2 master planned areas, and then it forces the creation of PCDs to create cohesive development that balances existing development with the emerging needs of the city. Okay? I appreciate the opportunity to speak there. I mean, we've been shelled with a lot of communications, and there's a lot of misinformation out in the community. So having the ability to sit down and have a open dialogue about what's really going on is really important. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you might have relative to that.
Councilmember Finn.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, thank you for that. If you touched on it and I missed it, I apologize, but there's a lot of people that are very interested in this right now, and I was wondering if you could maybe just talk briefly about the State Land Trust. When we talk about it's not available, can you kind of explain what the State Land Trust was designed for, how it operates, and their obligation when they go to sell a piece of property?
Yeah. Mr. Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Finn, thank you for the question, and I'm going to do my best to deliver it in a succinct way, but you know me, I'm not succinct in anything I do. So,
No details.
I brought 14 slides, it's going to take an hour. So the state trust, before statehood, right, a pile of land was put together inside of a trust, and then at statehood, a second group of land was put in. And so the state land department was created to be the fiduciary of these lands. And the whole intent of that is for them to bring that land to market at its highest and best use, so that way when they sell the land, that it would return value to its beneficiaries. And of such, its beneficiaries in this particular application is K through 12 schools. It's the largest beneficiary in this particular area. So the way the process
Hold on,
works.
stop
Sir.
right there for a second. So the money that gets created from a sale goes where?
In this case, goes through K through 12 education.
Goes to education.
Yes.
So everybody understands that. Today, we were listed number 50 in the country when it comes to education in this country. So if we're going to actually create value and actually try to put money back in the school systems, this is one of the value adds to this entire process.
So to that point, so what happens then is state land has a parcel. You or I can put in an application for a parcel of state land. We can come in and say, I want to put an application for this general vicinity, and then state land has the ability to accept that application or not accept that application. The key with this, though, is state land doesn't just go willy-nilly accepting applications. They want to bring it to market when it makes the most economical sense to return the highest and best use. Well, one of the risks that applicants have is if the applicant does an application on a piece of land. Now, you've got to remember, this land doesn't have a deed, right? So this land is just a piece of dirt that exists on parcel maps, but essentially the boundaries of it, the legal description of it don't exist. It has never been patented, right? Because that first transaction has to exist. Well, if I'm a developer and I want to buy a piece of land, and that land is not zoned, I have a risk. Because if I buy the land for, let's say I spend $50 million on a piece of land, but it's not zoned, I still got to go through the process of getting it zoned, which presents risks for developers, because you get folks that come and want to express how they feel about zoning property, right? So that presents risk. So one of the strategies that state land has done, a very intelligent strategy that's worked in multiple applications. We've seen it in North Phoenix, we've seen it out in Queen Creek, so there are multiple examples. What they do is they go in and work with cities like us to create what they call state land planning areas, and they create what's called a zoning bank with some flexible zoning in it. Just like here, you do a general plan amendment to create this land planning designation. You do a zoning case, which goes through the regular legal public process, and then you now have something that's more marketable to the development because you have some surety in terms of what can be built there. So now a developer will come in and say, I want to do an application for this particular plot of land, and I feel relatively confident because I can see what the zoning is allotted. Now they get highest and best use out of it. Now the role we have as a community is to work with state land to make sure that we're at the table saying, this parcel is important to us. This parcel is a retail parcel and it will generate economic return, or we need parcels for homes. So there's a parcel that's going to transact. The auction is set for, I think, October 25th, the rest of Alora Vita South, right? It's great. We need more housing in Peoria. It's great. Let's transact on that land. Let's get some homes built there. Much in the same way, we've gone back to state land with some very serious asks, right? We want more tax generation, so we're looking for a commercial and retail. We need a hospital. We need land for a hospital, right? We even connected a conversation between state land and Peoria Unified School District so they could talk about locating a high school, because those are the options that are available to us. So that's a long-winded way of saying they create the land planning area, they create the zoning behind it, that gives surety to folks who can then put in an application. State land accepts the application, the land goes to auction, public auction, the highest bidder wins it, then they can go develop, but they have to develop within the constructs of the zoning case and the city standards. They don't just go willy-nilly, because here's another great point. Chris will touch on this. If the MPG doesn't, especially the part that's planned to be annexed, if it doesn't get annexed, So they're just gonna do that development in the county. And I don't know if you've driven through the county islands that exist in our city, their development standards are not our development standards. So if you want county standards, then let it go into the county. Let the county take the tax dollars and let them build that. But I know that's not what we want from our community.
Thank you. Outstanding answer. I appreciate it.
Councilor Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, a lot of information. Thank you so much. Thanks for the detail. And I want to publicly thank you for clarifying the communication around the Hyperion. So thank you, Mike. Just to clarify with Hyperion, so there's no application today. There's no developer agreement in the city of Peoria, right? As you stated.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Schaefer, yeah, just to add a couple of details to that. We've had open conversations, but we have not received a formal pre-application for the project. We have not received an application for a site plan review, and the city does not have a development agreement with the developer.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. So we are going to, we're going to rearrange, there's no other questions right now, so.
I can leave?
No, you're staying there. You're just you might as well just stay in that seat, actually. I would just say that, right? We're going to move some stuff around because, what we're going to do now is I'm going to kind of move the schedule around, which is why people saw me move in here. We're going to do consent agenda. We are going to move items number, I apologize, 24 and 25 to after 26, 27, 28, 29. Is that fair for everybody? And what that means is everybody that is in here that wants to actually speak on 26, 27, 28, and 29 doesn't have to wait for us to go through a couple other presentations. So we're trying to move that around. So with that, we will now move to regular meeting consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda will be routine in nature and will be enacted in one motion unless request for removal has been received prior to approval. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
I have a first and a second. Please vote.
Councilmember Dunn, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Motion passed.
And it passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, so we will table we will not table, we will just move 24 and 25. And we will go to, next we will have the presentation on one public hearing. This will be presentation of one public hearing related to the general plan amendment. I will now recognize City Manager, Mr. Henry Darwin, to introduce the presentations of items 26R, 27R, 28R, and 29R. Then we will open the public hearing for those 4 items before council considers each individual item. At that point, after the presentation, we will also hear from the public. So we have a few speaker requests here, and then we will go and listen to speaker requests as well as council members at that time before voting. Everybody fair with that? Okay. There we go.
Thank you, Mayor. You did a great job explaining this. All I really need to do at this point is introduce our planning director, Chris Hawkes, and as you said, he's going to make one presentation for all of the agenda items. And so with that, we'll take, and he will remain at the table, and Mike is sitting very close by in case we have any follow-up questions for Mike as well. But he is going to do his best to explain all 4 items. Take it away, Chris.
Let me ask one thing. I have to do this all the time too. If we could just make sure our phones are turned off, everybody takes the time to just take that, so that way we don't interrupt the speakers or people that are asking questions afterwards. I appreciate that. So even Mike turned his phone off, so. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Darwin, and good evening, Mayor and Council again. And thank you, Mike. I couldn't have asked for a better introduction to this item. He's covered a lot of things that I think I was going to cover in this presentation, so I appreciate that. I want to talk about the 2024 Major General Plan Amendment cycle. So tonight, this is the culmination of a 10-month process to develop and bring this year's cycle of amendments for your consideration and vote. So it's a process that is prescribed in great detail in state law. It tells us how we process these amendments, the timelines, the notification, all those things are in state law. Through open houses and public meetings, this has been brought to the public 9 times, so in 9 public forums to explain the amendments and answer questions. There's a lot of work that's contained within these amendment processes, whether it's developing content, whether we're cataloging public comment, and there's a lot of public comment that we received here, or whether it's preparing meeting materials. There's a lot of effort that's expended by the staff to do that. Now, I do want to recognize some staff on my team. They've put together a lot of work. I want to recognize first Lori Deaver. She served as the project manager. She's my deputy director. I want to recognize Cody Gleason, Brandon Forey in the traffic department, Greg Loper, and many, many others. There's been a lot of really good work. It takes a lot of time and effort in this endeavor. So again, tonight we're proposing 4 amendments for your consideration. Now, each amendment pertains to a specific chapter within the general plan. So you can see items 26R through 29R. And what I'll do tonight is I'm going to summarize each one of them, but admittedly, all of the public interest and comment that we've received during this process really have all related to 26R, which is a smart growth element, and 29R implementation. So I'm going to spend most of my time on those 2, 27R and 28R. Those are largely text cleanups, largely housekeeping, but I will summarize what those are all about as well. Now, before we jump in, I want to just add a few additional notes about what a general plan is. So I understand, a general plan, it can be a mystifying topic. Sometimes it's compared to zoning or used interchangeably with zoning. It is not zoning. Zoning is very different. Zoning says what you can do on your property today. It has land uses that you can build today, setbacks, design standards. That's all embodied within zoning. That's not what the general plan is. The general plan, rather, that's the city's overarching policy document that guides growth and development in the city. It's an aspirational and a visionary document. The policies, they provide guidance on a number of topics. On your right, I know it's hard to see that, but if you could see it, there's 22 different elements within the general plan. They include things like land use, circulation, housing, economic development. So they embody a number of different facets of growth and development in the city. Another thing that's unique to Arizona about general plans, we're the only state in the country that requires a general plan to go to public vote. This has been in place since 1998. We've successfully taken it to public vote 3 times in that period. The last time the document was ratified was back in 2020, ratified by the voters. Now, with that said, once a general plan is ratified, good planning practice also recognizes that a general plan should not be a static document. It's a typical practice across municipalities to consider adjustments and amendments in the intervening years between ratification. And why is that? You want the general plan to be responsive and relevant to the development conditions that might arise during that period of time. They can be things like new infrastructure, new development conditions, new economic development inputs, some of the things that Mike talked about in his remarks. The TSMC has certainly changed the landscape and the level of inquiries that we're getting. A few years back, Amazon effect on retailing has changed where commercial applications go and how much commercial, right? All those things impact the development trends in an area. So there's a process enumerated in state statute because it recognizes that general plans will be amended from time to time. So there's very strict guidance in there and about how general plan amendments are processed. State law mandates that the local elected body, which is the city council, has the authority and duty to act on any amendments. So we're obligated, as you know, to follow state statute. We cannot create some arbitrary process outside of state law. We're going to follow state law, and we're going to bring amendments to the city council. So let's talk about the amendments. I'll start with 26R, smart growth. There are 2 changes that I'll talk about within this amendment. The first one is, I'll describe in a little more detail in the subsequent slides, but we're asking to create a new state land special land use designation, and we're asking to place that designation on 2 properties. Mike talked about the North Peoria Gateway and the Peoria Innovation Core. Those are the 2 properties we're looking to place this designation. And then a second, but a small request, is a request that we received from a private party that wanted to fold in a kind of a repositioning of their site. And so I'll talk about that at the last part of it, but that is a parcel along Lake Pleasant Park where they'd like to redesignate the property. All right, so the basis for the request number 1, why are we doing this? As we step back and we contemplate our economic and community development goals, we have to recognize that, as Mike indicated, he spent a lot of time talking about this, we have few remaining private acres available. There's a reason why that developers are looking for those available parcels. When you look out and you see all the vacant acreage, because you can drive up and down to 303, and if you didn't realize who owned it, that's a lot of vacant land, right? There's a lot of land out there. But when you back out the BLM, Bureau of Land Management land, and the federal land that won't develop, effectively 75% of our remaining land that's vacant, it's all within the state land trust, okay? That acreage dominates the Loop 303 corridor and the North Lake Pleasant Parkway area. I'll show you a map in a second. You can see all the blue and where it encompasses. So as we contemplate our future, there's no doubt that future economic prosperity is dependent on good, responsible collaboration with the State Land Department. It's paramount. So the amendments tonight, they bring pertain to two strategic, well-positioned areas in the city. And the purpose, as Mike enumerated, was to create a framework around these two areas that then is a commitment to move forward and create a master plan, the zoning level conversation about how those lands can be developed, shaped by our development guidelines. That's the purpose of that. All right, so this map on the right, this shows the public land. The land in yellow, north of State Route 74, that's BLM land, okay? That's land, they have a different position, it's more of a recreational position. They have their own master plan for that. Lands in blue, those lands, as you can see, if you look in the middle part of the screen, that's along the 303 and North Lake Pleasant. That's all State Land Department land. Now, the State Land Department, Mike gave a little history of that, but they manage over 9 million acres statewide. Within our city, there are 35,000 acres of state land within our city. What does that mean? That's 55 square miles. That's a large land basis within our city. Their mission is to optimize the economic value of their land for the underlying beneficiaries. There happens to be 13 beneficiaries. The largest beneficiary is common schools, K through 12 schools. They're 88% of all beneficiaries statewide. Now, there have been some misconceptions about state land. People have said, well, that's all open space, right? That it should be perpetually vacant and it should not be developed. I'm telling you, it'd be a fallacy to believe that the land will not be auctioned off someday or the land will not be developed someday. It will be developed someday. Their mission, again, they have a constitutional mission. It is to hold land and optimize returns. Many of these lands I mentioned, they're strategically positioned along the Loop 303. So again, the general plan amendments, all they do is they put a box around two areas of land, that I'll show you in a minute, and they commit to a master plan. And when I say master plan or PCD, PCD's Planned Community District, that is a zoning case. Vistancia has a PCD. They have a zoning case behind it, and they tell you exactly what you can build there, what are your standards. That's what we're committing to. We're partnering with state land, and we're committing to do master plans for those two areas. One of those is already in flight. The other one will unfold over the next year. As Mike mentioned, this is a process it's not unique. It's already been utilized in North Phoenix. It's been successful there. It's been successful in Scottsdale and Queen Creek. So there's already a model for it. So this is something that we're doing that's already seen and success in other locations. As I mentioned, the new land use designation we would place over these two areas. I won't spend too much time on the maps. I think Mike outlined that. The map on the left, that's the North Peoria Gateway, centered around Loop 303 near Happy Valley. And the map on the right is the Peoria Innovation Core. That's 6,700 acres, roughly north of Pleasant Valley and West Wing, all the way up to the State Route 74. That's all state land. And so this designation, again, points to that partnership and commitment to develop a cohesive master plan for these areas. Really what we're saying is, look, we want to treat these two areas as a cohesive with units with unified type of thinking, right? We don't want to see lands auctioned off in pieces and developers come to the city in a disjointed fashion and ask for developments without there being some linkage or relationship or unified thinking among these parcels. That's why it's important that we work together and collaborate on a master plan that makes sense. And again, when we do the master plan, that's the level that we're going to talk about and understand and identify what are the infrastructure requirements, what is the land use, what is the density, where is the land use appropriate in what locations, what are appropriate buffers. That happens at the zoning phase, not the general plan phase. I do want to identify here is that the master plan approach, it's not too dissimilar with other examples within our city. So if you look at the map here on the right, you'll see three, well-known, well-loved master plan communities in the city: Vistancia, Saddleback Heights, Lake Pleasant Heights. And if you look at the brown color below them, that happens to be a master planned area designation. And what that says is there's an underlying PCD or master plan below those. And there is. You can, transparently, you can go to our website, you can look at a document, what is allowed in Vistancia, at what location, what is allowed in Saddleback Heights. We have those documents that are put out there for public review. So that's all we're trying to capture here. The general plan amendment, in no way does it change the natural or critical areas on a site. It doesn't change existing regulations. It really just puts a box around an area and commits to a master plan. That's what it does. All right, so we've heard some misconceptions in the community about what this is, so I want to clarify a few things again. The general plan designation, this does not change zoning. It is not zoning. It doesn't tell you anything about what can be built here. I've heard comments in the community about, well, this is going to, facilitate all this industrial development. No, it doesn't say anything about the land use that can be developed there. That happens in the zoning phase, in the master plan phase. That's where we identify that. So it doesn't promote any one land use type either. We don't know what the land use is going to be. We know in the North Peoria Gateway, because we have a zoning case that's materializing, but in the Peoria Innovation Core, which will unfold, we're going to have to work through a public process and identify what land uses make sense and what locations at what intensity and density. That'll be determined. That all gets shaped in that next page. And with large areas, as Mike indicated, we would expect a multitude of land uses. When I think about the Peoria Innovation Core, that's 6,700 acres. Let me relate that to you. That's about the same size as Vistancia. Vistancia is 7,100 acres, so that's about 10 square miles. It's a lot of land. And I can imagine, if you think about a master plan, 10 square miles, are you going to see 10 square miles of industrial? No. The land has a whole number of constraints and challenges, everything from roadways to overhead power lines, canals, things that will determine what types of land uses make sense and are appropriate in different locations. I can envision a master plan. Mike walked through a lot of things where you're going to see residential buffers. You're going to see areas where commercial or hospitality might make sense. Other areas where, employment might make sense. It's going to be a multifaceted land use plan that we do with the zoning stage. And the general plan designation, again, has no impact on those land use decisions at this point. All right, I'm going to pivot and just talk about a separate request. This is a smaller but also an important change. This request pertains to the former Peoria Regional Medical Center site on Lake Pleasant Parkway. It's hard to see on the screen, but there is a red and white box around a purple-shaped site along Lake Pleasant Parkway. And that's where the request pertains. So you'll recall at one time, 10, 12 years ago, there was a contemplation for a hospital and medical campus. And that never materialized, right, for various reasons. And they went through a bankruptcy, and the property was broken up. And so now we have a landowner that owns the PRMC site on Lake Pleasant. And they have different ideas about what they want to do on that property. And so what they've asked for is, hey, public use really just says I can do hospital or civic uses. I really want to broaden the potential uses that are available here. So what they've asked to do is, can we designate that property to office local commercial? And what that designation describes is office uses, medical uses, some small scale retail uses. So they just want to position it for a future rezone where they can then broaden the range of available uses there. Okay, I'm going to talk about the next item, the next three items, and then I'll come back and talk about the public outreach and some of the input we received. So the second one is 27R, that's Chapter 4, that's our transportation section. So what this section does is it has our transportation policy. We have a circulation map in our city, and that identifies all of the existing roadways in the city and all the future contemplated roadways. It breaks it down from arterials to collectors. And so in this exercise, really, this is largely housekeeping. So we're looking to make some text changes. We're reflecting the cessation of the Peoria on the Go program. So we're removing some of the text from the chapter. We're also removing the major and minor street classifications. We have minor and major arterials. We have minor and major collectors. Well, our engineering standards no longer make those distinctions. So we're just removing that nomenclature from the text. And we're also updating our circulation map. So in your packet, there is a spreadsheet there with 57 links that are seeking some adjustment to them. I can tell you 95% of those are recognizing existing conditions. They're either roadways that are no longer future, that are now existing because they've been built by either a capital project or a development project. So we're just trying to clean it up and recognize existing conditions. There are a few alterations that are in there. There's a handful of them. One of the alterations that is in there but we've modified it since the Planning and Zoning Commission. That deals with Asheville Hills Road. So Asheville Hills, if I can pronounce that, it is located halfway between the 303 and the cap along Lake Pleasant Parkway. That's designated as a collector in the proposed amendment. As we look at the future contemplation of that Core 2, we believe it's better suited for an arterial roadway. So we're asking that that classification be upgraded to a roadway within the circulation map. Okay, the next chapter I'm going to talk about is 28R, Chapter 6, Arts, Culture, and Recreational Enrichment. In this section, we are exclusively talking about text changes that impact a few pages. And really what we're doing is expanding upon and better distinguishing the various types of parks, recreation centers, and open spaces in the city. So the terminology has evolved somewhat based on some best industry practices. So with this chapter really is more maintenance to reflect the latest conditions. And so we're just updating the text to reflect all the different various types of parks and recreational venues and opportunities in the city. And then 29R, Chapter 8, Implementation. This pertains to how the general plan is amended and reviewed. So again, state law, they leave it to each community to decide what constitutes a major alteration to your land plan, or, said a different way, a major general plan amendment. And once that community identifies what a major general plan amendment is, then those amendments are to be decided by the local representative body or the city council. Now, early in the process, the city had proposed a change to increase the threshold for major amendments from 80 acres to 640 acres. And the reason was really to make that more in line with our peer communities of our size and to create some efficiencies in the process. Really, the process between minor and major amendments is nearly indistinguishable. They're the same level of analysis, the same level of review that goes into that. There's just a few nuanced differences there. We did receive a lot of comment, a lot of public feedback on that. City elected to pull that one back, and we've pulled that one back in April. Now, that was 5 months ago. We're still receiving emails all over the place about, why is the city changing the major amendment criteria? Let me just be really clear. We're not. That's no longer on the table. We're not asking to change the amendment criteria. It's 80 acres. It's going to remain 80 acres. That's the proposal here. Now, there is one change we are asking for. It's a really minor change. You can't see it on the screen. I'll read it to you, but it's that kind of the dashed red there. We're asking that if you have a roadway segment on our circulation plan, and we want to alter the location in a minor manner, because on a circulation plan, roadways for the future, it's just a very conceptual location, right? It's not fixed. It's very conceptual. So if that roadway alignment is altered to some degree, or if we want to recognize simply a roadway that's now been constructed, I don't have to come back and bring an amendment to this board and go through all the process. We can just make that change because it's a really minor reflection of what's already happened. Okay, I want to talk about public outreach, and I want to talk about some of the comments and concerns that we've heard in this process. So, major amendments. I mentioned state law sets out a very clear, distinct process. It requires 60-day review, and what that means is once we've developed the amendments, we're required to start 60-day review, and we send out the amendments not only to the public, but we send them out to all the different alphabet agencies out there, Department of Transportation, all of them that you can think of, McDOT, BLM, and so forth. That started April 12th, and that ended in June 19th of 2024. During that time, we posted all our information on the city's websites. We did receive 2 letters from some of those agencies. We received a letter from ADOT. They didn't have any comments. We also received a really good letter from the Game and Fish Department. They had quite a few suggestions, but none of those suggestions were really within scope of what we were talking about. So we said, hey, great letter. Let us keep those for future reference, and maybe when we do the ratification, we can look at those again. And we also send the materials to the Peoria and Deer Valley Unified School District. They were contacted. We haven't received any comments from those agencies. Now, we enacted or utilized a number of methods and platforms to push information out. We want to be as transparent as possible. We've used our website anytime we had new information to push. We've tried to push information out through legal ads. We understand not everybody reads legal ads. In fact, many people don't read legal ads. But we want to push it out through utility billing, right? Everybody gets a utility bill. We use that method to do that. Also, social media and print media. We've had 9 public meetings during this process, and you can see them on the screen, starting about back in March where we had a city council study session. We've appeared in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission a number of times. We had 2 open houses back in April. One was in person at Rio Vista, the other one was virtual. And we've received really good attendance at both of them. We had 50 to 55 persons that attended each open house. And I got to tell you, that's a record for general plan amendments meetings. We get 10 people that come to a general plan meeting. So that was quite a turnout, and we received some feedback from those. And we've also, in this process, we received nearly 100 letters of correspondence. So there has been widespread participation in this process. The case went to, or I should say the cases, they went to the Planning and Zoning Commission. The state law requires that they conduct 2 public hearings. The first one was held off-site, and again, that's because state law requires it to be conducted off-site, July 18th. And we also had a public hearing on August 15th, 2024. At each Planning Commission meeting, we had 1 speaker present, and each speaker did speak in opposition at both meetings. After asking a lot of good questions and deliberating on the issue, the commission ultimately voted 5-0 to recommend approval to the City Council of all 4 amendments. So just to look at the process to date, because we've received a lot of letters up until we went to Planning Commission, and I'll tell you, in the last few days, we've received a lot of letters as well. So to date, we've received correspondence from 92 individuals. We received correspondence from 66 of those individuals that were in opposition to some or all of the general plan amendments. We've received correspondence from 16 individuals in support, and 10 of those letters, either there were some questions or inquiries as part of the letter, or they didn't have any clear stated position. So I'll put it in that category. So I want to unpack that a little bit. Those that were in support, they cited the need, the importance of having a cohesive development plan that maximizes the potential of the land. They cited that this can facilitate economic development opportunities and ultimately reduce out commuting. Less people are going outside of our city to look for job opportunities or restaurant opportunities or service opportunities. Now, those in opposition cited, I would put it under 3 categories. One, a belief that all major amendments should go to the voters, that we should maintain the acreage. You know, we should maintain it at 80 acres. Again, we've already made that change. We haven't changed that. And also a perceived lack of transparency. And I'll speak to these in more detail in a minute. Secondly, there was some opposition that cited the need to protect state land as open space. It should not be developed. We should retain it as open space. And thirdly, and most importantly, we received a lot of opposition to the idea of an airport or the perceived industrialization of Peoria. And that was the vast majorities of the letters of correspondence that were received. So let me unpack that a little bit further. Those that said that the general plan amendments should go to voters or we should maintain the acreage. Again, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, state law very clear on how we handle these. Governing body is required to decide upon the general plan, any amendments thereof. It doesn't say that we create some arbitrary process outside of state law. We follow state law. That's what we've done here. As I mentioned, there are no changes to the major amendment criteria, no substantive changes rather, right? It's still 80 acres. We're not proposing a change. I talked about a little minor cleanup to that criteria. And as I mentioned, we pulled that back in April. Transparency, I mentioned, this process has unfolded over 10 months. We've had 9 public meetings. We've received over nearly 100 pieces of correspondence. We've utilized a variety of outreach methods to get the word out. We've been nothing but transparent through this process and trying to make sure people understood, had the right information, and the ability to participate in the process. We've had comments about the need to protect state land as open space. I mentioned, and Mike mentioned, state land has a very clear constitutional mission, and that's to optimize value for the trust, right? When they lease land, when they sell land, they want to bring and optimize its value for that underlying beneficiary. It's going to develop someday, folks. Now, where we can have a part is we can help shape how it develops, and that's what the zoning case, the master plans are all about, is shaping how it develops. The master plan that provides that unified, cohesive framework that we can then address future development on those areas. We already have codes to protect critical areas. We have really good standards that protect washes, that protect natural areas, that protect cultural areas, that protect significant vegetative stands. We have those regulations in place. This does nothing to displace that. And when we bring a zoning case forward, those regulations will remain in place for those development cases. Now, I mentioned that we've got, can't remember the count, but we had quite a few letters that were in opposition. I think I mentioned 66 individuals in opposition. Over half of those letters cited opposition to the airport exploration, or what some letters characterize as the industrialization of Peoria. That was most of the letters in opposition is what we heard on those. And I understand, and as Mike mentioned earlier, there's certainly strong opinions in the community about the airport. But let's put it in the proper position, folks. The airport feasibility, as we mentioned, that's an independent and multi-year exploration. That process has its own timeline, its own process, and own decision points. And all of those are independent from what happens here. Said another way, there is no nexus between the general plan and whether these are approved. It doesn't impact that exploration. It's a separate, independent exploration. Also want to address the notion of the industrialization of Peoria. Again, I mentioned all this designation does, once again, is draws a box, says we're going to do a master plan. When we do the master plan, that's when we develop and identify what those appropriate land uses are. When you're talking about 6,700 acres, you can have a multitude of land uses that come out. Is it all going to be industrial? Absolutely not. There's no market for that, and it's just not going to unfold that way. There's going to be lots of different land uses that we'll see in different areas. And then finally, I want to end with what are the implications if we don't approve the amendments tonight? Now, as mentioned, these are two very important areas. There isn't a lot of vacant developable land left for development opportunities for community and economic goals here. There are few private sites to advance these goals. As I mentioned, one option could be that state land can certainly choose to auction off a property here, a property there. That developer could come forward. They could choose to do a rezone, and the rezones that do come forward may not relate to one another. They may be fairly disjointed. We've seen that occur in other places, and that's not the preferable, it's not the advantageous position to be in. But then there's another possibility too, and that's the potential of lost opportunities. What does that signal to state land departments? Does that signal that we're not serious about a partnership and engaging in proper community and economic development? Perhaps state land isn't interested in the city anymore. Maybe they turn their limited resources to other areas. And certainly we don't want to miss that opportunity. We have a really good opportunity right now. We have a good collaboration with the State Land Department. We have their attention. We're working together to try to find mutual benefit. And I would hate to lose that opportunity if we don't approve these amendments tonight. So in closing, key findings. General plan, as I mentioned, it's a living document. Long-range decisions are periodically reconsidered to reflect new conditions. The amendments, we processed them in line with state law. We stayed in alignment with state law. We think it constitutes an overall improvement not only to the plan, but also for the good of the community and moving forward. We believe that the Smart Growth Amendment, these new state land areas, provides for better land stewardship and resources. And finally, the changes clarify and satisfy the maintenance obligation and advances the overall goals and policies of the general plan. So Mayor and Council, one nuance with major amendments. Again, happy to take any questions you have. It does require 4 separate actions. When you take an action on a major amendment, state law requires, for passage, there has to be a 2/3 majority. So that's 5 of 7 council members have to vote for it for an amendment to pass. And with that, I'll hold and happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. Good presentation, Chris. The second to last slide that you had, you talked about disjointed development. Can you explain what this, if we don't do this amendment, what that property could look like if it sells to somebody, it develops differently than what?
Sure. Just think about the Peoria Innovation Corps. State land, there's nothing holding them back from auctioning off a piece of property. They can certainly auction it off. The land isn't zoned today, right? So a developer would have to bring a zoning case forward, right? They could auction off one or a series of properties. And so the zoning case that gets brought forward by a developer, they don't have the benefit of a larger cohesive thinking that's been done to kind of bring all of this together. So they would bring one development concept. that might not that might cannibalize another idea that's better suited downstream or so forth. The master plan allows us to look at all of the implements, all the planning determinants collectively and together to try to determine what are the best land use options in what areas.
Councilor Patena.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, a good presentation. Can you tell me what's the difference in terms of restrictions or requirements or even land availability between state land and BLM land?
Mayor, Councilmember Patena, good question. So I showed a map a little while ago about all of the public land ownership, and we've got a lot of land that's certainly owned by the State Land Department. We've got a lot of land that's also within the domain of the BLM, Bureau of Land Management. They have a very different mission than State Land Department. They largely have a recreational mission. And what that means is lands north of 74, State Route 74, they have their own master plan, and they identify suitable uses within their area of control, and so they have their own master plan. So they have a very different mission than State Land Department. Also, we have other public lands, particularly around the Lake Pleasant. It's actually owned by the Department of the Interior, right? But it's managed by the county. They manage Lake Pleasant Regional Park. So all of these agencies have different missions and different interests in doing that.
Thank you. And my second question is, I'll jump on Councilman Edwards' question. He said if we fail to approve the amendments, there'll be uncertain and disjointed development of state land areas. What could that mean for the city of Peoria in terms of negativity?
Mayor, Councilmember Patena, great question, and as I indicated earlier, that could result in a couple things. Development cases that are brought forward that there might be a program for that piece of property, but there isn't any larger linkage or relationship to other development that's around it or downstream from it in terms of infrastructure, in terms of land use and compatibility. So that's one. Two, I would say, is just to reiterate, and this is probably the biggest point here, and that is lost opportunities. And that is, state land or looking elsewhere for opportunities. And I think Mike wants to say a few things.
I told you never.
Go for it.
I feel like this is one of those tag. Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Patena, we're in a unique situation, a unique time, right? TSMC opened up opportunities in North Phoenix that just weren't present. And that's one sector that's important. And I think that we don't lose sight of the opportunity and the time for that. But I don't want to say that that's the only reason, because as Chris said, it's not like you're going to develop 6,700 acres of industrial application. There's going to be much smaller application than that. As we look at it from an economic development standpoint, and I'll use the North Peoria Gateway as the most pressing example. If you look at the corner of Happy Valley and Vistancia, this council voted to change in a CIP project to redo that intersection to fix the traffic flow. There's a 100-acre parcel of land there that opens just an amazing opportunity for commercial and retail applications. I live in this area too, and we're all tired of driving different places to get things, right? We have to bring, Jen Stein just did a survey of what restaurants and retail the community wants. Where are you gonna put it if you don't have the land to develop it? So you have this unique partnership. Again, this strategy has been in place for about 6 or 8 years of the council and previous administration and previous staff trying to bring this land to market specifically to generate tax revenue. If you don't generate additional tax revenue as the city grows, you either have to raise your tax rates, you have to cut your services, or in this case, you generate additional revenue by spending money in your own community, and we need to bring the land to market to be able to do that. So for me, the biggest loss in this whole thing is you vote no here, then you stop the progression of bringing the land into play because you don't have private land to bring into play. It's through state land is your success. So by voting no here, you're voting no against economic development, and you're actually looking for ways to say you would end up having to decrease the service level or increase taxes to cover the growing costs of the city. I mean, that's the cold, hard truth.
Appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Anyone else? Nope. We're going to go through questions here. I've got a list of people. Do you two mind staying in those seats?
We'll be here all night.
Well, that's the intent, is to not be here all night, I think. But I do want to point something out before we kind of get started on a path. One is, I'm going to set the tone. Whoever is speaking, no matter on which side, the rest of the group is going to be respectful towards their opinion. That does not mean you have to agree with it. Does not have to mean you have to agree with myself or one of the other council members. As council members, we literally just had this conversation, and some people may say that I'm lecturing. I've seen that statement a few times. I'm going to tell you the same thing I would tell my kids. If you can't be respectful towards each other, don't have the conversation. It's that simple. So we are going to respect each other's opinions. We are going to respect the other people. And that means that when a person is speaking, that means that you are not going to hem and haw. You're not going to be disagreeable in the situation, and you're going to respect their tone. And if you clap, I don't mind if you clap. I just don't want it to be like everybody goes nuts over this thing. Listen to what somebody says on either side and respect your neighbor's opinion. We all live next to each other at some point in time or another, and after this vote is over with, or after this year is over with, guess what? We're all still going to run each other at Fry's or QT or whatever restaurant we're going to. Hopefully, after we get this done, we just have a lot more restaurants. So that's the whole intent, right? So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call Miss Doreen. I'm just going to go through the list. Is everybody out of the Pine Room? I'm just trying to be respectful. Is everybody in this room now? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, good. That way we don't have, just trying to make sure that we have people. I don't want them to have to go over. Miss Doreen Power.
Mayor, sorry, but would you mind gaveling us into the public hearing?
Yes, I apologize.
Thank you.
We are now
Thank
in
you,
public hearing.
Thank you.
Miss Doreen Power.
Can you hear me? Okay, I'm Doreen Power. I live in the Mesquite District. Desert views, outdoor activities, and a suburban lifestyle is why many chose Northwest Peoria as home. Yet many still support balanced growth. However, I do not support these amendments to create a special land use category of 8,300 acres because I do not trust what will be developed. Why? We talked about 5 North earlier. And as you claimed and mentioned, the developer does have the right to develop based on what is zoning. But it also goes to the point that many of us residents did feel misled. The diagrams even shown tonight still show office in a commercial diagram. So yes, we were misled and maybe naive. We did not read the 400-page Vistancia PCD. We will not make that mistake again. And that is why we're all here trying to understand the future of our commercial, our residents and our city. The city also claimed that they had no control, yet your own economic flyer states the city controls 50 acres within the commercial core. The site is shovel-ready, ideal for semiconductor and advanced manufacturing suppliers. And again, we were blamed for not paying attention. I had hoped leadership would not turn Vistancia into fabrication facilities and fast food, but now we learned through the newspaper article, additional semiconductor companies are likely coming to Vistancia. The city may feel it was premature or not required to share that information, but for many of us, residents living close to the site who are already grappling with aggressive growth, it definitely seemed like we were hit over the head with that information in the way that we received that. I don't think we should have to wait until there is a site plan for us to be aware of that significant of a development in our community. The airport, we also talked about that earlier. 75% voted no on the airport. We mentioned that it doesn't matter. You can continue with your airport exploration if the airport is in the PIC, which 2 sites are, or not. Maybe I would feel better if those sites, particularly Site 1, was not in the general plan or the boundaries of the PIC. Because as we just heard, the next step after these happens goes to zoning. So that is a concern for us. I think that a lot of people do not support the airport, and some do not even know it's possible. And all Mesquite, actually all Peoria residents will pay for it, likely subsidize it with taxes, higher fees, or by diverting funds from other priorities, like when the $25 million was moved from somewhere to purchase the land for an airport. even though it has not been proved as necessary and directly benefits only a few. So I do think the airport is a relevant discussion for the general amendments topic. The general plan is the foundation for future zoning, and these amendments will allow thousands of acres, including NPG, which is adjacent to Vistancia, proposed right now as mostly commercial, mixed use, and employment, which is vaguely described as where somebody works, with some parcels suggested to be allowed industrial and manufacturing. The ASLD presenter admitted that NPG could be all fast food or almost anything the developer wants as long as it complies with zoning, with limits mostly due to topography and aesthetics. Environmental risk and water are also significant concerns with manufacturing and industrial.
Thank you, ma'am. I apologize. We're only doing 3 minutes per speaker. I apologize.
I did add a few ad lib based on the information that was presented earlier.
No
But
worries.
basically, can I ask one question?
Yes, ma'am.
I did specifically have the question, has the city demonstrated that the criteria that these amendments do not unduly impact the city's water supply? Have those been met?
Do you want to answer that?
Mayor, we need to be, this is a public hearing. We should not be answering questions from.
We
if
will
they-
try to
if
get- we will
We
try
can
to
answer
get-
the question after the fact.
We will try
but-
to get you an answer after we go through the
Okay,
hearing.
thank you. Well, again, I do not support these amendments. I do not trust that they will be balanced, cohesively managed as the city claims, and not threaten existing communities or our city's resources.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I realize, again, I don't mind if you clap. We're going to continue, you can clap, get it over with, let's move on to the next thing, or we're going to be here for probably another 2 hours. I'm okay with that because my bedtime's not 9 o'clock, so that's meant as a joke for everybody. All right? trying to bring some levity a little bit to some of, I know Bill's over here like trying to ready, I know Bill's like, wait, mine's 8:30, right? Mr. Paul Smith.
And the clock starts. First of all, I like Mike. Mike's really one of your best people. He mentioned the idea that this concept has been going on for a long time. Back in 2017, Kathy Carlett said, the conversion of a bedroom community to employment hub is a relatively new way of thinking about suburbs. Current ideas compel us to look for new ways to spend more time close to home, bring about the creation of mixed-use centers where residents can live, work, and play together. So what's going on is old. It is. It really is. Now, I guess this is tough because I'm trying to do Vistancia PCD with your general plan. So if I get them confused, my apologies. As far as the general plan proposed change, on page 3.8, section 3.4, landowners ownership, you remove from the original, moreover, state land parcels with high scenic value or habitat attributes may be designated or otherwise presented for conservation pursuant to applicable state laws and city ordinances. So this was removed. In other words, you know, like maybe concrete over Pleasant Lake and make it an airplane landing zone, right? I mean, I know, I'm just joking here, but it's not, you know. So you removed that. So to me, that's, wait, you know, the question is, you guys were talking all about the state land as a financial thing, but does state land have any purpose other than to generate money? Does it have intrinsic value or beauty, you know? And not to say you can't do it all, but here you're saying we're going to take it all away. And now as far as the general concept of both multi-use, you know, I look at that and I sit there and go, gee, that means whatever you guys really want to do, you get to do. Let's look at one place. The general plan says that you can have a massage parlor or a tattoo parlor, okay? How about if we don't want that? But it's already in the general plan, all right? So a person can put it in, and now it's up to the residents to turn around and go, we don't want that. You know, before it was, well, that's not in the general plan, so now you're going to have to try to convince the city council to do something. So this is kind of reverse roles, you know? It's now the residents having to complain to not have something put in, rather than force that. And I know I'm out of time, and I never have enough time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. So I do want to, I'll kind of address something that we want to point out that has been addressed in multiple presentations. Out of the 8,300 acres, out of the total acreage, not every single one of these pieces of land are actually buildable, right? So we clearly, everybody up here lives, and everybody in this room, hopefully, lives in the city of Peoria. We don't want to take away open spaces. In fact, we actually have a city ordinance and code of how we actually have open spaces when it comes to development. And you know that, obviously. So there's a lot of properties that will not be. The issue is when it comes to the State Land Trust, just so everybody understands, is the job of the State Land Trust is to drive revenue to that. Again, that does not mean every single, even though we're putting this into the general plan, does not mean, or that we possibly put this in the general plan with a vote, it does not mean that every single one of those pieces of property are built, so.
I guess my one question is,
I know.
why did you
I know.
remove that state land parcel with high scenic value?
Unfortunately, I can't answer a question. I can address your say. No, that's okay. So, but we can talk afterwards and kind of go from there. So, I appreciate your comments though, sir. Thank you. Mr. Dave Larcher.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the time being here this evening. By way of introduction, I'm President and CEO of Vestar, and we are a longtime Arizona shopping center developer. Been doing it in the Phoenix area for about 35 years personally, and some of our projects you may recognize are Tempe Marketplace, Desert Ridge Marketplace, Queen Creek Marketplace down the other end of the valley, as well as closer here, Lake Pleasant Town Center, I guess at where you call Four Corners, as I understand it. Anyway, having worked with the State Land Department for really my entire career, I want to applaud how you guys are approaching this land up here in North Peoria, planning it ahead of time so you don't end up with hodgepodge development that's happened in so many parts of the valley with state land. And as a developer of high quality commercial facilities, it's paramount and important to us to look at, and more importantly, our tenants, which are, major retailers, restaurants, theaters, entertainment facilities, et cetera. They want to understand how growth is going to happen, how it's planned, and it's methodical. So because they thrive in these communities that have a mixture of uses that, residents don't have to commute an hour to work, but they can work within their community so they can spend their time and their dollars in the local community. So anyway, I just wanted to come here tonight. And the other thing, this reminds me so much of Desert Ridge 25 years ago, long before the 101 freeway existed, long before Mayo Clinic or any of that was up there, the resort. We went up there and to develop Desert Ridge Marketplace, knowing that there was a master plan in place for the entire Desert Ridge core there, that we could do this innovative development, high quality, knowing what was going to come around us, surround us over the next 20 years. And it's just a prime example of what well-planned growth can do to benefit in a community. And again, I want to point that out, the parallel, because it is and was on state land, and is one of the first major developments that the State Land Department has done. So I don't want to take a ton of your time, but thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Mr. John Forsyth.
Good evening. I am John Forsyth. going to have to be honest with you, which I'm sure is going to shock all of you. This city has just lost my trust in the last couple of years. So I was one of the 2 people that spoke at the Zoning and Planning Commission against the special land use designation. And the reason I did so was I believe that that is a gateway for the city to do things. Now, specifically at the Zoning and Planning, I talked about the airport. But that is a way for the city to overrule the will of the people. Now, with that new designation, all it's doing is it's giving the city a little bit more leeway to give land no designation. It's just special. We're going to master plan it, but zoning and planning already does rezoning every time they meet. So I don't understand why we need a new designation, especially when residents are speaking out for 2 reasons, a helicopter and an airport. You know, we talked about what is the state land department going to think about us? Who cares? To be honest with you, I could care less. We're in alignment with state law. We don't need to make ratifications or amendments to our general plan. We have time. We have time to build trust again, to be honest. So everything I've heard here tonight aligns with all the research I have done. And I have major concerns with special land use and an airport. There's a major expansion of Lake Pleasant Road, north of the 303, to the cost of almost $50 million. That's really expensive. We've discussed that here in the city council. That road is a tree-lined road specifically to go to an airport. I mean, it's a designer road. We know where the airport's going to go. It can only fit in one area. We admitted it tonight. It is Carefree Highway and Lake Pleasant Roads. Depending upon the runway orientation, it's going to be directed directly at Vistancia. So you're asking for a lot of leeway from the citizens who are losing trust in our government. And I do not support, just as I did before, the amendment for special land use. Thank you.
Ms. Corky Haynes. Ms. Corky Haynes. Ms. Corky Haynes.
Mayor Beck, councilmen, and staff, I am definitely in favor of a master city plan. I do not want to see just random developers coming in and randomly putting things up, especially, Mayor Beck, you know me with high-rise apartments. So I am in favor of it. I really do think it's smart growth. Years ago, I went to visit my sister who moved to California, moved to Irvine, and drove up, and we fell in love. It was a master plan community with everything from your commercial homes, industrial, all beautifully landscaped. And right off, you thought, this, I would want to live here. Fast forward, we vacation now several times in Seaside, Florida. Again, a beautifully master planned community. You want to live in those kinds of places. So I am definitely for it. To me, it would be such a dumb move on our part if we didn't purchase this land when it becomes available and then create plans that will benefit our community. Myself and Barbara Wiley actually made an appointment this few months back and talked with your head zoning guy. I can't remember his name right now. He spent a whole hour with us explaining exactly what this North Peoria Gateway would look like. Barbara had a concern. She has a granddaughter who lives in the county island, which would be affected. And I wanted to know exactly what was going on. We both came away from there feeling very satisfied. All our worries went away. One of the things I loved is you leave Trilogy, if you go off of Blue Sky, all of that will be residential, which to me is huge Because I'm thinking in my mind, is it going to be commercial? What are you going to drive right out and look at? And so as I looked at the overall plan, where you had put residential, where you had planned to put commercial, it made sense. Also, he pointed out, which I think a lot of people have to realize, we're concerned about open spaces, but so much of that land is riddled with gullies and washes, so it just really mandates those open spaces. And so my concern, I could see where some people are concerned, because I want to see that vision. I want to know what it's going to look like, and I know you can't exactly do that, but that will come down to once we purchase the land. I would think the zoning then would be crucial, because I would like to see places like Seaside or Irvine as you drive into Trilogy. My time's up.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So to kind of point out something, the idea and the concept around this initially was to actually put this into the city's hands for planning. We have an incredible planning department. We have an incredible staff. Anybody that wants to come and watch any of Mike Faust, or watch him on online, where he puts 190 slides or something like that and go through the whole process. We know he loves that. I would take it in pieces. It's kind of like a mini-series. You could watch Suits, or you could watch Mike Faust. It is, the idea and the concept originally was to actually either have one developer come in and try to do all this, which is impossible to do, or multiple developers and end up dicing these pieces up. And I'm going to give an example real quick before we go to the next question here, or next speaker. When you look at the 101 and you look at the 303 was not to get people to, the federal funds and the state funds built the 303 to do one thing. And what is that? Not just transport people from one location to another. It was to actually build economic corridors throughout the area. Now let's look at the 101. Raise your hand if you've driven on the 101 in the last 12 months. Pretty much everybody, right? I know, everybody's like, I'm not in high school, right, or elementary school. But the reality is, if you look at the 101, there is a vast difference between when you go from Avondale to Glendale, through Phoenix, to the city of Peoria, back into Glendale, and back into the city of Phoenix. Now, what's the difference? Peoria did not plan properly on the 101. Just the reality of it. Glendale planned two different areas. If you talk to the former mayor, Elaine Scruggs, they took full advantage of the opportunity. We've talked about it as council members multiple times. We've talked about it as an economic strategy. The 101, Glendale took full advantage of it, because if you look at the northern corridor, basically from AJ's all the way, and now they have an REI, all these other pieces, they put economic corridors, and then housing was the next tier off of that freeway, which is exactly how Vistancia was developed, just so everybody understands that. The economic corridors are supposed to line the freeways, and that way we have shopping, and we have the ability for restaurants. All of these things come, but we have not been able to actually drive this forward with state land. This is the first opportunity, and if we don't pass this, it could be the only opportunity in the next 10 to 15 or 20 years. And that is why there's so many people that are interested in moving this project forward. We either have developers come in and slice and dice us up. No offense against the developer, Mr. Harsher, right? In some ways, if you want to put a Desert Ridge, we would absolutely love that, right? And hopefully that brings your interest. Because that's what we want, is we want shopping and dining. My wife had, I'm not going to say what birthday she had, but she's obviously a lot younger than I am. She had a birthday this last week. Where did we go? We could go to Bourbon and Bones, or where else do we go? We went to Scottsdale, because that's where she wanted to go. And we went over to Buck and Ryder, right? How do we get those types of restaurants that everybody wants to the city of Peoria? How do we get those restaurants and shopping? We have to build them off the 303. If we don't, we will lose this opportunity, and we will see apartments, and then I will hear a completely different conversation, and people will be upset that we're building apartments on the 303, just like we have on the 101, or building not building economic corridors. This is what brings hospitals, this is what brings medical, this is what brings shopping, this is what brings a very dynamic city and allows us to do this. I would rather have this in our city planning department's hands than multiple developers that are trying to drive their own economic interest. Our job up here at the dais is to drive the city and the citizens' interest first, and that's why we're doing this. So that's the direction of this. Mr. James Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. The questions and comments I will be asking and making are intended to be in the presence of the Mayor and Council, but not necessarily directed at the Mayor and Council. I also will mention I live in Trilogy of Estancia, so I have a little bit of an interest in the outcome of this. As citizens of this growing city, we should ask, what really do we want our city to be? Do we want a sleepy little quiet suburb that has virtually little economy of its own and offers little in the area of shopping, dining, high-end medical care, and more importantly, jobs? Or do we want to be in charge of the inevitable, which means the city is going to grow and change whether we like it or not? Would we rather keep driving to Scottsdale for a fine dining experience, or Phoenix want a nice night out of the town that's not part of a chain, a restaurant that's not part of a chain? Would we prefer to drive to Sun City West, or Glendale to avail ourselves of the services of a hospital? If you're not retired, would you like to work, if it were possible, closer to home and save the money, time, and lower the constant risk of freeway travel? If we are retired, do we care really about our neighbors or folks in other neighborhoods in Peoria that are different than ours and who have to make these trips every day? Folks, it's part of the history and part of the public record. Just 2 years ago, Mayor Beck was elected by a significant majority who understood what his platform and plans were, and they liked them. That mayor and council then hired this city manager who built a staff chosen because they were a fit to implement the council's publicly disclosed plans. Remember, we folks do not run the city. We hire people to run the city based upon what they tell us they plan to do and our understanding of the needs. We then measure their effectiveness by how much of what was promised and was actually done and how well it was done. So why do we run to the side of the folks that lost in 2022 when we see something that brings out the not in my backyard reaction? Why are our decisions seen to be based on pure self-interest instead of the broader interests of the entire community? Why do we believe without questioning misrepresentations and sometimes outright falsehoods when the actual truth as evidence is available in print or online? You know, like the supposed zoning changes that never really happened. Finally, do we want a mayor and council that determines that a 10-year general plan is so perfect that no changes ever need to be contemplated or made? I think not. I'm in support of Amendment 26R, therefore.
Thank you, sir. Susan, I don't know if this is Lieber or Lober, I apologize. Lieber? Your penmanship's fine, my reading is horrible, so I apologize.
I do have something, try to talk fast because I have a few. Okay, so as far as the chip plant in Vistancia, never heard of that. First time I heard about it. My brother-in-law works for Micron. It's a very large, basically the same type of thing up in, they're one of the largest actually that they're building in North America. And they use an exponential amount of water. He's been working as an engineer there for 25 years. So, and when they use the water, it can't be reclaimed because it's done. So it's a concern. And also, I wouldn't want that in my backyard, so I kind of feel for those people in Vistancia because I don't think that's a good fit. I feel it should be pushed out. I know that's kind of what we're working on here. Additionally, Governor Hobbs in 2025, no rental taxes. And so rental units will not be contributing the rental tax to our community. I know right now it's about 125 in deficit for our community. That'll go up. So I kind of wanted to know how many are going to be rentals as opposed to how many will be for sale. Even industrial, as far as residential, I know industrial, a lot of rentals. Also, for the trust and our schools, how much of that sale price will go towards the trust to our schools? And also, can it be reallocated? to a different place? I'd really like to know that. So those are some things maybe we can answer later, but I really would like to know that. Also, as far as the zoning and what have you, we did move to the suburban area because we like it in the suburbs. I understand things change, and I understand we do need to move forward, but I feel that there's just not a whole lot of transparency. And I've heard some of the people say they don't trust what's going on, and I just wanted to say that it was said that they delivered monthly development notifications for the CHIP products to council members, but I don't think they were delivered to all the council members. Were they delivered to the council member that represents our district, which is Mesquite? I live in the Mesquite district as well. I live right in the mecca of it, basically on Joe Max and Lake Pleasant Parkway and off east of that. So it's a major concern for me. As far as the airport goes, we did come over the airport analysis, my husband and I, and honestly, I've been working for the airlines for 26 years. We have a lot of experience with airlines, with airports. I don't feel that it would be in any way helpful for our community because it doesn't stand to help us. Most of the estimates and all the revenue is based on the businesses around the airport, not the actual airport.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. I appreciate
So
it.
I do not agree with that. And I just like more transparency so that we can trust you, because I think moderation in all things. I'm okay for moving, but I think we need to be honest and transparent with each other. So
Thank you
thank
for your
you. I
comments, ma'am.
appreciate it.
So I'm gonna address a couple of issues here real fast. We're not gonna tag one council member or another, but every single council member, including myself, gets monthly updates on information. If that's not distributed in a way that you may not see that, ma'am, I apologize for that, but that's the way that works. I promise you, and it's been talked about earlier in the meeting, that every single council member gets a monthly update on those pieces of information. Maybe communication doesn't necessarily go out the right way, or it's misspoken in the press, but you can't obviously always identify or make sure that that's positive. But we do make sure that we are fully transparent on that and have been throughout this process. Water has been talked about a number of times, everyone. We have an agreement with Amcor. We've gone through this process, and we have, again, we just talked about water and the infrastructure around that. And the rental tax, I am going to address that issue, right? Rental tax, when we went through this process a year ago with the state legislature, and it was signed off by Governor Hobbs in this process, when it went through the state legislature, every single city lost rent tax. And it was a huge issue for a lot of cities. Do you know where it wasn't an issue? The city of Peoria. And you know why? Because we have a revenue-driven mindset. I've talked to multiple mayors. I'm going to say 20, but I'll say more than that, where I've had long conversations with mayors when they come to me and say, what do you think we should do and why is Peoria different? Our job is to drive revenue to offset the loss of rental tax. And from a standpoint of just so knowledge base, it's $4.3 million that we actually lose having a rental tax taken away. Does it bother us? Where's Kevin Burke at? One person it bothers. Did it bother you after we said, don't worry about it, let's go drive revenue? Zero, because we have a revenue-driven mindset whenever we're doing this. Our job is to drive businesses to make sure that citizens spend more time and have the ability to be able to shop locally to do that. The way you avoid being able to worry about monetary losses like that from that standpoint is to have opportunities with restaurants and shopping in our city to be able to do those things, and that's what offsets that. So hopefully that answers your questions. Peggy Jacobs. Miss Peggy Jacobs, sorry.
Peggy Jacobs, Mesquite District. Mayor Beck, council members and staff, I'd like to address my support to approve the amendments to the general plan, especially Chapter 3, the smart growth. I live in Trilogy of Estancia. When Mayor Beck was being elected as mayor, I spoke to hundreds of people about the pillars that he represented, one of them being economic growth, and the support behind that to see change. These amendments support that promise and his ability to create economic growth. These amenities also provide plans to keep the money, taxes in our city, including jobs. A few days ago, I was playing pickleball over at the All Ages Community in Vistancia, talking to some of the people that are working. One of them heads out to the 101 every day. One of them heads out to the 303, to the 17, to the 10. Another one heads down to the 303 to the 17. They spend a couple hours on at least every day in transportation that they'd much rather have with their family and friends in having a job in Peoria. I have listened to the plans. I agree that we want to see the city and the state working together for the planned development of the open land that we have. And I also want to see that the state doesn't just decide on its own what to do with it, and how to we increase the budget to have the restaurants and the other things that people want, that we don't want taxes increased for, to have those items. The approved amendments would be just, to me, the voice of the people. That's what they voted in when they voted in Mayor Beck. They wanted economic development. As far as the specific concerns about what would be included in that, I have a lot of trust in what's going on. I disagree with the transparency. I think that much is presented. If you go to council meetings, you watch them, you're aware of what's going on. You can always come and ask questions. So I have a problem with that grand generalization that there's not transparency. I trust, anyway, there also would be a Mesquite District member that would be able to represent and advocate for what's going on within the specific realms of Vistancia. So again, I suggest that the amendments are approved for the betterment of our state and city.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Pat Walsh.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for giving me the opportunity to raise some of my concerns. First of all, I do understand that the general plan is not zoning, and I really want to thank Mike Faust for all of his slides and information he provides. I have actually poured through these things for hours and hours and hours and trying to understand the difference between the general plan and also the planned community districts and also a planned area development. I think there's the distrust is basically because of what has happened in Vistancia, Vistancia being a planned community development, and what was presented and communicated to the residents of Vistancia of what their how their needs would be met, and then a major change happening with something that is deemed to be industrial, not office, industrial. Amcor is industrial. My prior profession, I was a CPA. I actually poured through the 10K, and I did present this in an email to council. And there is risk in their processes. Yes, we do have EPA, and we're fortunate enough to have someone as a city manager that is an expert in this area. And I'm sure that you are addressing this, but it needs to be communicated to the community. The processes that they use, lead is in the water, and that water is going to be recycled. Will it get into our system? They produce gases. Those gases are subject to explosion. There's a risk for fire and other damage. Do we need an evacuation plan? Has that been done? What's the due diligence in the development of this company now that you have a development agreement and they're beginning to break land? Those are the safety concerns. Water security are some of the things that are needed in addressing when you bring industry into our area. Also, when you talk about piecemeal, a PAD regulations, which now all state land would be, is an area between 10 and 600 acres. Now, we're talking about a massive amount of land that's being presented as the state land that will become available. So that means that we were going to have piecemeal dozens and dozens and dozens of planned area development because they can be between 10 and 600 acres. Yes, it gives the city more flexibility in order to work on the developers that would be coming in to each of these planned areas. However, how are you going to communicate this to us? How is it going to be presented to us? How are our needs going to be met? And how are we going to have conservation in a very significant Lake Pleasant area? Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Tom Bottorff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Mike and Chris. Excellent presentations. Appreciate all that great information. My name is Tom Bottorff. I live in Trilogy at Vistantia Community. I strongly support the general plan amendments being voted on this evening. When passed, smart growth will support the new trajectory for Peoria that Mayor Beck ran on and to which he and council are now delivering. These changes to the general plan will contribute significantly to the creation of local jobs in the Mesquite District, and they will secure long-term revenue for the entire city, all the while ensuring future development is both smart and cohesive, not fragmented, which would likely occur if the changes to the general plan were denied. Sadly, I continue to witness the acceleration of opposition to the well-thought-out plan for North Peoria. And the worst part of it all, it's based on misinformation, even flat-out lies. While there are a few legitimate concerns that always accompany growth, like increased traffic, these should indeed be discussed, and they are. The reality is our city leaders and staff are extremely talented, far more than the opponents are aware of or will ever admit, because it refutes their entire narrative. The attacks are politically charged, not based on facts, but rather unfounded fear. I'm personally disgusted with the character assassinations of the mayor, the city manager, and the staff. The notion that there exists a cultural lacking transparency, conducting all kinds of backroom shenanigans, receiving under-the-table payoffs, lacking character, integrity, and honorable leadership. It's all nonsense, but has found a welcoming home in closed Facebook groups and the next-door cesspool. And it's being led by a few individuals who will do anything to disrupt the vision set forth by this mayor and council. Well, at least most of the council. Not in my backyard. NIMBY has taken on a whole new meaning for the district I live in. I find myself reminding more and more folks that a big chunk of Peoria does exist south of Happy Valley Road. The state land in North Peoria must be sold, which I'm now realizing the vast majority of residents, at least until tonight, were not aware of. In fact, most of them don't even know that it is state land, not city. They believe the thousands of undeveloped acres in North Peoria is state preserve and should remain so forever. They now know that our Arizona state constitution demands otherwise. So moving forward, my sincere hope is that we might somehow come together as a community and a city and begin the process of having honest discussions in how to be successful and civil in supporting the growth that lies ahead for Peoria. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Mr. Paul Powles.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council and staff. Thank you for allowing me to have a second to support the general plan amendment. I'd also like to personally thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the council for your continued growth of the community in a very transparent way. To become a more fiscally sustainable city, the city needs to expand its employment and commercial footprint. This is a top goal, obviously, of the general plan, and I believe the City Council. Peoria is largely a bedroom community. We've heard it from several people here tonight. Upwards of 80% of the people that work, are working individuals in Peoria, leave Peoria to work. That increases congestion on the roads, pollution, wasted time, not to mention the drain of tax dollars that could be spent in Peoria going to other communities and other areas. This plan enhances the quality of life by providing opportunities to work and play in the Peoria community. some people might consider more time with their family a punishment, but I'd prefer to be with my family than sitting in traffic and wasting time on the road. The vast majority of the remaining vacant land, as we've heard, great presentations, thank you. The vast majority of the remaining land in the city is owned by the Arizona State Trust, approximately 75% of the remaining land. We're running out of land for suitable sites to prioritize growth. This effort positions our state land and the Loop 303 Lake Pleasant Parkway corridor for new prioritized development prospects. The city has long identified that Loop 303 and Lake Pleasant Parkway corridor as critical to meeting the community and economic development goals of Peoria. To get here, this requires strategic partnership with the Arizona Land Department, and I believe that's what this plan represents. The Arizona Land Department and the city recognizes the strategic positioning of this area, and given the Taiwan plant and the growth of the supply chain and the vast number of residential units already in Northwest Peoria and along the I-17 corridor, it's critical for this plan to go through. This area is prime for meeting the community and economic goals, providing opportunities for economic growth to serve the existing, and growth of future businesses as well as residences. And I personally, as with others, would prefer not to have to drive an hour back and forth to go into Scottsdale or some other area to have a nice evening out. It would be nice to have those developments in my community. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the council.
Thank you for your time, sir. Ms. Shannon Semo, I apologize. Okay, I'll wait. Perfect timing on my part, right? Great job, Mayor. Mr. Jim Keller.
My name is Jim Keller. I've lived in Peoria 42 years now. And if that doesn't surprise you, I will be turning 91 the Friday of this week.
Well.
My comments are directed to the general plan amendment to the smart growth area, specifically to the NPG 1,620 acres and the PIC 6,700 acres. The proposals that have been presented here today will develop a master plan, cohesive development for new businesses and industries, creating jobs for Peoria residents. I would like to remind the city council members that Mayor Jason Beck was elected by the majority vote in the residents of the city of Peoria. His commitment was for economic development, job creation for the people in Peoria. Mayor Jason has made this opportunity presented here today for the city to achieve the major economic growth that he committed to. I'm reminded of this. I spent 42 years in the business world. The CEO of the company I represented was in the agricultural machinery industry. The CEO reminded us many times that when an opportunity presents itself, you better start taking a look at it because you may not have another chance at an opportunity as such. The CEO of the company I worked for purchased many small companies during these years. 20 years ago, they purchased several of them. That company grew from $1 million company to over a $2 billion companies last year. Had they not have made that decision to take advantage of those opportunities, they would still be $1 million company. That happens. That's happening right now to the city of Peoria to have the opportunity to make the growth that this city will experience in the next 10-plus years. I would like to say to the city council members, don't let negative resistance deter you from looking down the road for 10-plus years. I know that oppositions, that's natural in business. We went through them for 42 years. And I'm saying to you, lots of times the opposition doesn't thoroughly understand what the future really will bring. And I would like to say, finally, in support of Mayor Beck's economic development plans, I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of the amendments that are being presented. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Now, I want to say one thing. I hope when I'm 91 years old that I'm still crushing it like you are. Rochelle Dobson, I apologize if I'm saying that. Oh, I'm Richard Dobson. Okay, hold on a second. It's my fault I didn't put my glasses on. I apologize. Mr. Richard Dobson. Not my fault.
Thank you, Council, for having me. I just have a few statements. My most important statement is I am here to support this amendment, and I concur with all of the positive statements that I've heard tonight. And the one thing that I appreciate the most is your vision. In 50 years ago, which wasn't that long ago for some of us, in the 1970s, Arrowhead was an orchard. And there was no master plan at that point, and then look what's happened. The Peoria Police Department had about 12 officers. They now have 200-plus officers. The updated master plan has vision and looks towards smart financial vision and state land master plan and advanced rezoning as part of this plan to create revenue streams that benefit us all. I would end by saying I spent some time in Chicago, which is a story unto itself in government, but in that time I lived in what somebody called a bedroom community, and it was truly a bedroom community. There was no business. Our taxes were 1/3 higher than the rest of the city, and that was a lot to say because the rest of the city is pretty high taxes as it pertains to property taxes. I don't want to be a bedroom community. I want to be a well-balanced community that supports economic growth and is centric to financial fiscal responsibility. And I appreciate your vision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to go back to Ms. Shannon Simo. Of course, I called on you the first time when you walked out. So my apologies.
Hello. I'm not really sure where to start because a lot of comments have been made, and there are a lot of questions that I have, especially for your city planners? Or, right, those gentlemen? Okay. Because the city planners have said quite a bit, and there was so much to write down, and I would like to make a suggestion for next time. When you show the graphs and the maps, make it bigger so we can see and understand and see what street is what would be very helpful. Second thing I'd like to say is, I don't remember when Mayor Beck was running, and I was all for the ideas of expanding business and all of those things, but I don't remember anything ever about a chip plant ever being mentioned. I'd also like to say that TMC has changed the landscape. The first time I was here, I was told we couldn't discuss TSMC because it was a Phoenix problem. It wasn't our problem. Well, now it's become our problem. So you're building a chip factory in a residential area or whatever they do, testing and packaging. So I'm asking that I don't remember in your vision for the 5 pillars for the community, anything ever being mentioned about any type of industrial building. It was mainly commercial. I'd also like to ask, the Biscuit Flats area that you guys are looking to purchase is next to my house. So when you were saying if we purchase that land, it might give us the opportunity to put something else in there. Now, I'm just asking if I misunderstood. I'm trying to look for clarification. I don't want anything built over there. I like where I live the way it is. It's open, there's desert, it's quiet. I'd like it to stay that way. I'd also like to say that while some of the, Mike mentioned in his presentation that you follow state and law and code, and you do, and that's great. But there's not a lot of public disclosure or in a way that everybody can understand what exactly all of this means in a very simple fourth grader way, so we don't have to spend hours poring over it to understand it. I'd also like to request that if speakers are gonna go ahead and dump on the people that oppose it, and nobody up here makes a face about it, but yet Mr. Buttorff can say whatever he wants about the opposition, I don't think is fair. I just don't. I haven't said I didn't hear anybody in opposition saying anything negative about the people that are for it, and I don't feel that his comments were necessarily fair to the rest of us. We all live here.
So,
And I think it would be fair to consider all of us in these decisions. Even if you don't like our opinion, that's okay. We don't like yours. But we have to get along.
so I would agree with you, ma'am, but what I would tell you is I would agree with you from a standpoint of this. Multiple people in here disagree with each other. I don't think that anybody took offense maybe from.
I did.
Well, I can't control your feelings.
I can't control the faces you make when people talk and you don't like what they have to say, and you look at Henry Darwin.
Did I look at Henry Darwin, or am I looking at the attorney?
I don't know who you're looking at.
So the issue is.
We already know that this is all going to go through anyway. All of you are going to vote with me. I know my time is up.
Your time is up. So what I will.
I don't know why NIMBY is a thing.
Go ahead, have a seat. Go ahead, have a seat, ma'am. I appreciate your comment. Thank you. I know. So as I said, if there's been multiple people up here, including talking about transparency and talking about how they would like other people to be transparent. We have had a total of 9 open meetings throughout this process. This is not a conversation, ma'am. This is a statement. This is not a conversation, ma'am. You're welcome to leave. So the issue is we have had tons of open, transparent information. Just because there was an election and somebody puts up transparency and says that there's no transparency, I can tell you from a previous information and looking at the previous administration, this administration and the process that the city managers have put out information is 4 to 5 times more transparent than any other time in the city. Any other time. 4 years ago, we had electioneering during process and rezoning. I'll give you an example. I apologize for using you as an example, Ms. Osuna, but we actually had areas where the previous mayor and some city managers went around her actual neighborhood to make sure that she was not in a specific district so it could not be voted on, or that she could not run for a council seat. That was how part of the previous administration was actually run. And that's a factual statement and a factual data point that people don't want to understand. So, Mr. Forsyth, when somebody wants to talk about transparency, and you actually look at the issues that are actually going on and how much information is going, this is where we're going with this. So while I actually appreciate your comments, I truly do, I want to make sure that you actually have the ability to come and communicate every single time. I want to make sure that every single person has the ability to communicate every single time. That does not mean you pick out and choose one person to actually designate whether he makes a comment or not. He did not do that to somebody else. I would appreciate if other people don't do that to other citizens as well. Again, you all have to live with each other. We all have to live with each other in this process. Our jobs are not to beat up on one candidate or another. The election's over with. It doesn't need to be like that, guys.
Mr. Mayor,
I do
Mr.
smirk.
Mayor,
You're absolutely right,
Mr.
because
Mayor, could I
I'm actually So the issue is, I do smirk, and the reason why is because I'm an actual human being. So the issue, I'm not having a conversation with you, ma'am. The issue is this. The issue is if somebody actually wants to go through the process and somebody questions our integrity through this, that's the way it works. So, Mr. Ed Molina. I know. Wait a minute. After this one.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. First of all, I just want to come straight out and say that I am in full support of the general plan amendment from the get-go. I don't think there's anybody else in here that has lived in Peoria as long as I have. I moved to Peoria in 1960. Becky, you probably, or Eva, you probably lived a little bit longer. Eva, you probably lived here a little bit longer than I have because you were born here. I moved here in 1960. Prior to that, I lived in Glendale. Peoria was a city, a small village that was 2 miles square, from 99th Avenue to 75th, from Olive to Cactus. And there was about 4,000 people that lived in the city of Peoria, or town of Peoria at that time. Richard, you said that there were like 12 officers when you remembered that. My father-in-law was one of 2 police officers in the city of Peoria when I was living here, okay? So I've seen Peoria go through a tremendous growth and tremendous evolution. And it is incredible what has happened. I literally worked with or for virtually several of the mayors before they were mayors. I've since then come back to Peoria and have moved up into, I was in Mesquite District until there was a rezoning, and then I got pushed into the Willow District. But nevertheless, I've seen a tremendous amount of growth. The reality is, you look at that map on that wall, and where you see that little corridor down at the bottom, that's where we are today. What you realize, or what you need to realize, is that Bell Road, even Happy Valley Road, potentially would be the middle of Peoria in 20 to 25 years from now. What we need to make sure happens is that we have smart growth, and part of this general plan accommodates that so that we have a growth that incorporates all of what we need to succeed. Create the jobs, create the housing areas, maintain the open space, protect the desert environment where we can. Most of the land is state land, but in the state land is going to be sold. It's going to be developed whether we want it to or not. In 1960, 1965, I probably wouldn't have cared if any of you moved in here. In fact, back then, I'd have probably said, please don't come. But today, being a little bit wiser, a little bit older, I thank you for having come, because you have created part of this growing community that has been very successful. And I think it will continue to be, provided we do it smartly. I urge you to back this bill, or amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Miss Angeli Wesson.
I'm Angeli Wesson, and I'm an Arizona native. So for some people that think that it's just gullies and washes, those were actually created, hard work, by the ancient ones, the Huhugam. The Huhugam were the ones that created those gullies and washes that actually brought the greenery and the water to this arid area. Otherwise, we would have looked the exact same way. If you go up on I-17 on the way to Prescott, that's what this whole area should have looked like. But the ancient ones knew smart growth, and smart growth includes water. And what I'm looking at here with this general plan amendment, I oppose wholeheartedly. You have your choices, A through E. Look at it, see it. Option C, deny. Because this format that you have right now is going to cannibalize community by design. And I'm sorry, Mr. Vestar, I am not driving to Desert Ridge to go to another Target when I already have one at Four Corners. When it comes to the legal public process, I don't even know if your supporters know. Your 60-day review was from April 11th to June 19th. But then you ended up making an amendment on April 12th, April 25th, and then it was an Exhibit 1, another amendment published on August 27, 2024, of additional roads that are supposed to go private. How could we do a 60-day review on items that were not even there? And when it comes to the city, I'm glad that we ended up using the form of Thor's hammer, because when I saw it, I thought of a tomahawk. But let's go with the idea of Thor's hammer. The way that the city is portraying now, is it even worthy to hold Thor's hammer? Because what I'm seeing right now, the way that it's been treating the public with this legal review of 60 days, but not showing everything, and then talking about the general plan amendment about walkability. We can't walk through a semiconductor chip factory. And when it comes to the process, this process, you're talking about small businesses and restaurants, but these impact fees that have created the raise of utilities this year and being so revenue-driven, there is no small business or small restaurants that would be able to do it, only other chain restaurants. And what some other people would call it hodgepodge, some other communities actually call it culture, personality. So that way we don't look like yet another location that you blink and you think, okay, it looks like everything else. So when I look at it, maybe we're Lake Pleasant, could we be Lake Tahoe? Could we be something worth looking at and worthy to consider Peoria?
Thank you for your time, ma'am. Mr. Steve Coulter.
Steve Coulter. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I live in Trilogy, Vistancia, in the Mesquite District. I'm right by 5 North, and where all this development is going on. I leave my house and drive on El Mirage every day. We can walk up to the shops there, and I'm so thrilled to see the development. When this current administration and the mayor ran, he ran on a threefold step process, a strategy of crime, water, and economic development. And from what I've seen so far, he's addressed, and the administration has addressed all those areas in crime, improving the police force, the training, the serviceability, water, being able to retain it and use it more wisely and reuse it. And now here's an economic development portion, and I fully support it, and I encourage the people in the council to vote for it. One of the reasons is it increases the tax base. We can get a better tax base rather than just getting a tax base from residents. We want to keep our services high without increasing our own taxes. Another is it creates a cohesive economic plan. I really appreciated the developer that spoke earlier and said, if you don't have a plan like this, it creates a real mess, a real hodgepodge. It's a coordinated strategy. I also applaud the transparency. A number of people have said they don't feel like there's transparency. Well, Chris and Mike Faust have tailored their slides to be even more transparent. They're addressing questions they've received throughout the last week or two, specifically to address the questions. They're bending over backwards to address the issues, and I think they're very transparent. I also trust this group. I trust them because they've made campaign promises, and they're fulfilling those campaign promises, and they're so transparent. They wouldn't do that. They'd be making decisions behind closed doors. So I don't think when I say I trust this council and the mayor so far, I'm coming from a position of naivete. I think they've earned that so far from what I've seen. I like the phrase Mr. Faust used, it unlocks our state land. It enables us to use it to its potential. Like Jim Keller said, these opportunities don't come around that often. We want to unlock that state land so that we can use it wisely. So I think it's the right plan for the right time. I support it, and I encourage you folks to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Lori Bango.
Feels good to stand up for a minute. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. My name is Lori Bango. I live in Willow District, and I am the Republican Party Chairman of Legislative District 28, and I just wanted to bring a little bit different perspective. I heard some numbers. 66 people sent in negative comments or in opposition. 92 total sent in feedback. Are those numbers about accurate? Peoria has a population of about 200,000 people, roughly. I think it was 198,000, something like that. So we're talking a very fraction of a percent. We have that are in opposition to come speak, to send an email. Those numbers are quite staggering, I think, that we have only 66 people out of 200,000 people who are willing to send in an opposition. We have about 374 precinct committeemen in Legislative District 28. We knock thousands and thousands and thousands of doors in Peoria. And we talk to voters all the time. And we hear on the ground, talking to people at their doors, that they support Mayor Beck, they support the council, they support your plans. And I think we have to keep in mind that lies can spread like wildfire. You can't believe everything you read on the internet. So we always have to remember that. And I just want to share that we have to try to have some sort of unity here in this city and see the good in what this council and the mayor is doing and in their plans. And they mean the best for us. They are transparent. They are honest. I absolutely trust them. And I have seen them fulfill those promises and be men and women of their word. So I support the city council's plan for smart growth in Peoria. The mayor was elected based on the ideas for improving the economy and public safety. To back up these goals, the council and staff have created a plan to make sure development is well organized and not scattered. There's been a lot of false information and fear-mongering about this plan. 900 people in a Facebook group, okay. But these amendments have a clear vision, and they protect our environment and ensures that development fits well into our city. They will also help improve our city's financial future by boosting tax revenue through thoughtful development. Smart growth measures will help us fully use the areas like North Peoria Gateway and Peoria Innovation Core, attracting businesses that will generate future revenue without sacrificing the open space. Supporting these changes will help Peoria grow in the long run, create jobs, and keep the city's look and feel. The mayor, council, and staff have worked very hard in their efforts. Thank you so much for your amazing presentations. I thought they were incredibly thorough and very detailed. And I just ask for your support in this vote and ask you to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Joe Klur. Hold on, let me put my glasses back on. Oh, I apologize, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Joe Klor from Vistancia in the Mesquite District. I don't have a prepared speech, so I'm just going to discuss. I'd like to address this issue, first of all, about transparency. There's been a lot of talk about that. I make an effort to be involved in city government. I want to know what's going on in my community and in the city of Peoria. So I do a lot of reading. I check the website fairly regularly and what have you. But I got to tell you, nobody likes to work for a micromanager. You just want to get your job done and do your business. And I kind of feel the same way about my city. I don't want to hear, Chris, every time you get a call from somebody who's thinking about doing business here or developing here, don't send me any emails until it's a real deal and it looks like it's going to develop, okay? Thank you. I'm here in support of the Smart Growth Initiative. I think it's a very, very wise thing to do for the city to make sure that we continue to stay with the aesthetics of our development as intended, particularly in Vistancia and North Peoria. So I'm very supportive of the idea. I appreciate the forethought that's gone into this and the planning. We mentioned time. We don't have time. Right now, the explosive growth in economic development is in the chip industry. I'm sure you saw lots of articles about it and what have you. You have to strike now if you're going to take advantage of that. If you don't, you're going to lose those opportunities. So we don't have time, in my opinion. The other thing, this particular thing, this initiative is not about the air park. Air parks are always going to be a hot button issue in any community you go to, and that's fine. But this is not the time or the place. These two issues need to be bifurcated. You can't vote no on this because of a feared air park without voting no on revenue generation for the city, significant revenue generation, development, smart, master plan development. That's what we're here today. And I think it's important that you keep that in mind when you vote, that that's what you're voting on. You're not voting on an air park or anything to do with that. And I thank you very much, and my bedtime is 7:30, Mayor.
All right. Now we will close the public hearing. So with that, council, do we have any further discussion or questions? We're not voting yet, so let's see. Do we have any? None? None? Okay. With that, let me put my glasses back on to make sure I say everything correctly here. Council, do we now have motion for item 26R? We're going to vote on these items separately. Council, we will now make a motion to vote on each individual item. Do I have a motion to approve agenda item 26R?
Move to approve.
Do I have a second? Please vote.
Councilmember Dunn, how do you vote? Yes.
And it passes 6-1. Next will be, council, do I have a motion to approve agenda item 27R? I have a second? Second. Please vote.
Councilmember Dunn, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Crawford? Let me try again. 1 second. All right, try again. Edwards?
And again, it passes 6-1. Thank you. Council, do I have a motion to approve 28R?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councilmember Dunn, how do you vote?
Yes.
And it passes 6-1. Thank you. Council, do I have a motion to approve 29R? Motion and a second?
Second.
Please vote.
Councilmember Dunn, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor?
And it passes 6-1. Thank you. All right. So with that, 26, 27, 28, and 29R are passed. We will now take a 5-minute recess. So we will now.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, this agenda item is related to a grant from the United States Department of Transportation for a Grand Avenue pedestrian bridge. I talk slowly as Councilmember Crawford comes out because I know she's very interested and been very supportive of this effort. So we have, this evening, we have Development and Engineering Director Jeff Curran and our Grants Program Manager Janine Gaskins here to present a grant for your approval, and that we need your approval to express our intent to continue planning, permitting, and the design of the Grand Avenue pedestrian bridge. So Jeff, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Darwin. Mayor, council members, I promise I'll keep this short. We have about 70 slides. I'm going to go through them really fast here.
70.
I feel a little sheepish. Everyone left when we showed up. As Mr. Darwin mentioned, I have our new program manager, Janine Gaskin, with me up here. She's actually spearheading this effort, so I'll do my best to paint this in the best light. This project has been, well, really 3 decades plus in the making. There have been issues with students, in some cases, crossing Grand Avenue, trying to get across here. I equate it to the game of Frogger, if you've ever played that. This is a dangerous right-of-way. It is has been an issue for a long, long time. We have a lot of people making illegal jaywalking. I do believe that DCM Cutright, when he was a City of Peoria, or a Peoria High School student, was one of those illegal crossers of this roadway. So that is why we're here. This project came up previously. Obviously, it's going to be a fairly expensive project with Mayor Pro Tem Crawford's support and Assistant City Manager Rick Buss. We were able to identify some potential grant sources, and then Janine took the ball and ran with it. We're going to talk about, very briefly, project background, the stakeholders, public input, timeline, and then kind of the upcoming milestones in this process. As I mentioned, this has been 30 years really in the making, probably longer than that. This is a complicated location. We've got Burlington Northern Railroad, we've got ADOT, we've got ourselves, we've got Peoria Unified School District, and we have MAG. So we have a lot of folks involved with varying degrees of interest in this project. If some of you will recall, back in 2020, we did secure a MAG Design Assistance Grant to do a feasibility study for this bridge crossing. That study was completed. They identified, a lot of the constraints and some of the challenges with this project. We have subsequently then brought this back to life. We identified the Reconnecting Communities Pilot Grant Program. Ms. Gaskin has started that process, but as part of that process, we need to secure council's approval of our submittal of the grant and then a commitment from council to fund the initial matching amount to the grant that we hopefully will receive. This project this grant will fund a design concept report, which will take this feasibility to the next level, and we actually develop a specific design that identifies the real constraints, and then from that we'll generate a construction cost estimate, and then hopefully in a future date we'll have a CIP and perhaps even grants to ultimately build this bridge. Part of this process is, and really maybe the most important part of this process, is the public outreach. As I mentioned, there's a lot of stakeholders here. Obviously, we want to connect the two parts of downtown. This Grand Avenue bifurcates downtown to some extent. We obviously are going to have a vested interest from the school district. And then just from a public safety standpoint, that's a dangerous intersection for anybody to be crossing on foot. Some of the stakeholders, these are obviously some of the bigger ones: Arizona Corporation Commission, BNSF, PUSD, MAG, ADOT. We actually have secured letters of support from Arizona Corporation Commission. We will get one from ADOT. We expect one from BNSF. We have also secured letters, or will secure letters of support from Senators Sinema and Kelly. And we are going to get a letter of support from Representative Lesko. So clearly this is an important project. It has widespread support. We're excited about it. I think it addresses a real need in the community. Real quick, tonight's council action again will be to recommend or to approve us proceeding with the grant application and a separate commitment to fund the 20% match that is required as part of the grant submittal. That grant that we're pursuing is a $2 million grant. We would obviously have a 20% match, which would be $400,000. I didn't do the math wrong. The additional $50,000 on here is for contingencies that may come up as part of this process. And Ms. Gaskins is obviously going to pursue some community in-kind contributions. So we anticipate with all of the broad support, we'll be able to pursue some other grants to help push this project forward. So in short, we're asking that City Council approve the submittal of the grant application for the design concept report, and that City Council also authorize inclusion of the Grand Avenue Bridge Grant project into the fiscal 26 CIP budget. So if we're successful in receiving this grant, we will come back in front of you to actually request the specific CIP update. But as part of this application, we have to have a commitment from council to do so. So that's a nuance of this application. So we're requesting two separate, approval and an authorization. So with that, we can welcome any questions you have. I know this has been near and dear to Mayor Pro Tem Crawford's interests, so.
Councilor Crawford?
Thank you so much. You know, you mentioned that it's been discussed for a few decades, and I just want to add that I'm very hopeful for this. Thank you for your efforts. You know, we talked about downtown for about 30 years, and that is now coming to fruition. So I think that this is a great opportunity. Anything can happen, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you for putting it forward. I appreciate it, and I know the residents down in this area would appreciate it as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Any other council members? Couple questions. The grant, who is, like, what other support do you need from the community besides all the, you obviously have everything from congressmen to senators, and I mean, what other aspects would you need?
Good evening,
And welcome
Mayor.
aboard, by the way.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you so much for the support. I will be asking for letters of support for as many of you that want to do so. We could use one, or if there are any more, that just helps us be more competitive, so we appreciate that. We are actually working on getting all of the letters of those persons that were listed in the slide, and we have everybody's commitment for it. So we'll look really good in terms of the support, and just keep in mind, this is just the planning grant, and we'll need it again when we get to construction if we can find some grant funding for that later on.
What is the estimated total construction cost on something like this?
It's a tough one right now, but I'm guessing this is, when all's said and done, because we're dealing with ADOT and BNSF, it's probably on the order of $10 to $20 million. Okay. So this is not a small project, but I do think there's going to be some additional grant monies once we get through this, you know, DCR process.
From last question from a MAG conversation, you know, have you had any other further conversations with MAG on this?
Yes, we've been in contact with them. We're hoping to get a letter of support from them. It also needs to go into the STIP and the TIP, and so we'll be working on that as part of this grant because it's a planning grant.
Okay, well, we obviously have a board seat on that as well, so however we can push that, so. All right, thank you. Council, do I have a motion? I'm gonna guess I do, to approve Agenda 24R. And do I have a second? Second. Please vote.
Councilmember Dunn, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
And it passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Yep. Now recognize City Manager Mr. Henry Darwin for 25R.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, this agenda item is about an intergovernmental agreement with the Flood Control District of Maricopa County for the Pinnacle Peak and 67th Avenue drainage improvements. Our Development Engineering Director, Jeff Curran, is going to present this item and asking for your approval of an IGA, intergovernmental agreement, with the county's Flood Control District. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Darwin. Mayor, council members, this is, I'm not going to say just an IGA, it's a large IGA, but I wanted to take this opportunity to sort of bring this project back to front of mind. This one has been in the city or contemplated since the early 2000s. In fact, Rich Costa, who was the CIP project manager on this project, his first project when he came to the city in the early 2000s was this one, and he retired a few weeks ago. So this project has been here for a while. As you probably are aware, there are significant flooding issues at this intersection, at 67th. In this vicinity, there have been a number of large events that have caused substantial flooding, damage to existing properties. So as part of the area drainage master plan that was completed back in 2002, this project was identified as a high priority project. It's a very, very large project. It's approximately 1,000 CFS. It's 500,000 gallons per minute coming down this wash and across this area. So it's a significant drainage project. As part of this, we actually have two CIP projects rolled into one. There's the drainage project, EN 00651, that addresses the drainage issue, the flooding issues, and then EN 00100, that is a street widening for 67th Avenue. I'll speak to EN 00100, the street improvements first. This project will widen 67th Avenue to 6 lanes with bike lanes, sidewalks, curb, and street lighting along the west side. Just for some clarification, the west side of 67th Avenue is City of Peoria. The east right-of-way of 67th Avenue and east is City of Phoenix. It'll provide an additional turn lane northbound to westbound at Happy Valley Road, and we will be undergrounding all of the existing overhead APS power lines on the west side of 67th Avenue from Pinnacle Peak to Hatfield. This project is currently estimated at about $16.7 million for the street improvements. We are currently working with Sunt Construction. We're in the final throes of value engineering to get this budget in line. The right-of-way is in process. We have worked out the final details with the last sort of resistant homeowner, so that is all in process. And I just today signed APS's early entry rights or early entry agreement, so they will start the power line relocation next month. So this project is finally, after many, many years, moving forward. Now for the drainage, this is the much more substantial part of this project. This is considered a regional storm drain improvement. So as such, we were able to work with the Flood Control District of Maricopa County. They do participate in regional storm drain projects. And again, this is and we're saying to alleviate nuisance roadway flooding, which it is. But if you look at this map, and I realize it's quite small, but those areas, the property in what we call Section 12, or Peoria residents, the green in there is flow depths on a 100-year event of 2 to 4 feet. So you have resident properties in there that are seeing 1 to 4 feet of water flowing through their property at a peak event. Now, we did do some interim improvements a few years back to help with some of the issues. But this project is really intended to address the major issue, which is the flooding. The estimated cost of this project is $35 million. We are right on track with that. Here's another picture of basically the existing conditions. So if you look at that Section 12 area, all of the blue and green, that's a lot of water coming through there. With this project, we substantially alleviate those issues. This is just, it gives you kind of a good perspective looking northwest. This is all in the city of Phoenix, but this is sort of the uphill or upstream basin that is feeding this area. And that's a very large area with a lot of water that comes down. It basically flows through the subdivision, crosses 67th, and then spreads out and floods this whole area. Some project funding partners and some history. So we received money from WIFA, Water Infrastructure Finance Authority. That was used for the interim drainage improvements to improve the conditions in the interim period while we worked through this project. SB 1820 in 2021, we received monies from the state of Arizona. We used that money to purchase the 96-inch reinforced concrete pipe, advance purchase it, to secure the funding, so we did not lose the opportunity for the funding, and then to lock up one of the largest expense items on this project, which is that 96-inch pipe. What is in front of you tonight is the component that is the Flood Control District of Maricopa County. So the Flood Control District has earmarked money to contribute to this project. We need to enter into an IGA, obviously, to secure that funding. So the purpose of this tonight is to identify is to secure that funding with Flood Control District. Real quickly, they're going to provide the funding because this is a regional facility. They have committed $23.385 million of the total $35 million of improvements. That'll come in effectively 2 tranches in fiscal 25, 12.1 million, in fiscal 26, 11.2 million. It's important we move forward with this. I can tell you that the Flood Control District, every time I talk to them, they would like very much for us to not sign this IGA because they have a lot of needs and they would love to redeploy this capital. So this is, while they've committed the funds, until we sign this IGA, they are not providing the funds. So it's an important nuance there that they have more needs than they have money. So we're in a fortunate position to secure that funding. We have certain responsibilities within this. We're going to invoice the Flood Control District. We are the lead agency in terms of construction management, all of the process. We'll have some coordination with Flood Control District. I can tell you the Flood Control District basically says, we've been through the process, we're committing the funds, we trust you guys, go get it built, send us an invoice. That's really the extent of how they're going to be involved with us. Schedule-wise, this fall, we're going to start the APS relocation. That's a fairly substantial project. April 2025, and we are on track for this. We will begin construction of the drainage features, the large, and this is very, very large diameter pipe. So I don't want to understate that this is going to be a disruptive project. This is a pretty busy area. This is very, very large municipal construction. So they're going to be digging trench for 8-foot diameter concrete pipe. There's big staging areas. It's big excavation. This whole area is rife with all kinds of existing utilities. We've got a large diameter City of Glendale water line that we have to protect. So the drainage improvements portion of this is going to be a difficult project. It's going to be, we're going to have a lot of communication on our part with residents and for rolling closures and lane closures. It's going to be a challenging project. Councilman Schaefer is going through some of it with Vistancia closures right now. This arguably could be a little worse and a lot longer. So I just want to put that out in front of you. It'll probably be a noisy one, but we're going to do our best to communicate it and work with the contractor. We have a great contractor in Sunt, so I'm confident it's going to get built as effectively as we can. September 2025, December 26th, that's when the roadway improvements happen. And then, and like I said, we're in the process of acquiring all the right-of-way. I suspect we're actually going to be ahead of schedule and getting the right-of-way acquired. So in short, we're recommending that you approve IGA FCD 2024-A003 with the Flood Control District of Maricopa County for drainage improvements in the amount of $23,385,000. So any questions? Try to do that as fast as I could.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, first of all, congratulations and great work to you and your team for the Vistancia project. I know that's been a challenge, but I think from a communication standpoint and trying to expedite it to minimize impact, I have to give you credit.
Appreciate that.
This is definitely a project that needs to be done because when we get the rain or the monsoons or whatever, it gets pretty bad on 67th.
Yeah.
You talked about communication to neighbors and everything.
Yeah, so we'll engage a outside consultant for a full communication campaign. We're going to share with council. Once we have a firm schedule from the contractor, it'll likely be weekly, if not monthly, communications as to where they're working, what the progress is going to be. We obviously need to coordinate with fire department and PD for emergency vehicle access. Other than some work across the intersection at 67th and Hatfield, I don't anticipate full street closures other than in very short windows. So we have wide enough roads out there that we can work with partial closures. But again, it's a big project. And so there'll be a lot of communication and a real concerted effort.
And Jeff, can you guys make sure that you coordinate with Deer Valley Unified School District? Because you have Mountain Ridge, and so you have a lot of teenage kids that drive down 67th that are Peoria residents. And so please make sure you coordinate with them.
Yeah,
So
we absolutely will, and impacts to busing routes and all of that is important.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, to piggyback on Councilman Schaefer, so communication-wise, going out to the district, are we working with the City of Glendale? We work with the City of Phoenix because their residents are going to be impacted just as much as our residents, and so we need to make sure that we're working with our other agency partners.
Yeah, Mayor Beck, Councilman Edwards, it's a great question. We will be working with them. The City of Glendale is going to pay very close attention to what we do because of their water line that we have to protect. And we will obviously communicate with them. The city of Phoenix, we will certainly do communication outreach to that community and the communities along the east side of our property. We've done a fair bit of coordination with them. Candidly, the city of Phoenix has not been involved in this. They've not wanted any involvement in the project. They basically said, this is your project, you deal with it. So our communication will need to be initiatives with those residents, you know, on behalf of the city of Phoenix, I guess.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor, I have a motion, or, do I have a motion for agenda item 25R?
Second.
Please vote.
Councilmember Dunn, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
And it passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, it's only 9:22. Just kidding. Let's see here. Next on the agenda is called the public. As a reminder, each speaker shall refrain from personal attacks, foul or abusive language, and will maintain a civil and courteous manner and tone. Members of the audience shall respect the rights of others and will not create noise and other disturbances that will disturb or disrupt the meeting. With that, Mr. John Forsyth.
My second speech tonight was about accountability, which is kind of amazing. So you engaged me, so I'm going to engage back. Of all the governments I've spoken in front of, this is the one that shut me down not once but twice, and it's been this year. Just for point of note, this is the Arizona Revised Statute. This is one of 49 books that comprise the law. It wears a jacket, doesn't wear a uniform. This is the U.S. Constitution. I happen to be a constitutionalist. I also believe in the ideals of the Grand Old Party, those ones that were formed in 1851, not the ones that currently exist. Now, I am John Forsyth. I've often called or referred to you as elected representatives of the people. That is how the Constitution refers to you as. There's only one leader in the Constitution, and that was specifically George Washington, but it's the president of our country. So this document doesn't have feelings. It doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't care about mine either. It's very straightforward. It's very easy to read. It's not very long. Thomas Jefferson, I have read extensively. He wrote the whole Declaration of Independence, and he's credited with writing 75% of this. So you study a man, you know the document. I know what the Constitution stands for. It gives governments no rights, no privileges, no freedoms, no liberties. Those are reserved for the people. Constitution doesn't care what candidates' platforms were when they ran for office. It doesn't care what candidates' platforms are currently. It cares about the people, a government of the people, by the people, for the people. If the people want to go left today and they decide we want to go right tomorrow, that's the will of the people. You represent the will, the voice, what the people want, not what I want, what the majority, the constitutional majority. If that's 200,000 Peorians, that means you represent each a fraction of the 100,000 Peorians yes or no votes. It's really simple. I don't know why this has gotten so complicated in modern politics. R's vote with R's, D's vote with D's. That's not how this country was formed. It's not how this country is supposed to work. Political debate is just that. Sometimes it gets nasty. That's how democracy works. I have said repeatedly that I do not believe that the city of Peoria government is a republic. We pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands. Republic is a representational democracy. Boom. Easy cheesy, right? But yet, we struggle every day with it. I'll be back again.
Thank you for your comment, sir. Ms. Susan Lieber.
I did not get to finish my 3 minutes. And actually, I would like to add to what was just said. I understand earlier it was said that you're 4 or 5 times more transparent than the previous administration. To be honest with you, that's quite a weak argument, because if you're having to say you're less transparent than the previous administration, that's an integrity issue, quite honestly. It really is. But I want it noted, please, that I'm going to put in layman's terms what he just said. I've never felt so submarined by people here that we sat, waited, took time away from our children and our families, and we came down here because we had our agenda as well. No one heard our agenda except one person on your council, not one of you. None of you voted for anything. That's not moderation. That's not listening to the people. And I'm immensely disappointed. I did vote for you. I thought you would listen to us and be our advocate. You're supposed to be an advocate for the people you represent. I'm telling you, Paloma Park, my friend has her kids there. They play soccer. Okay, I know you might think that's ridiculous, but she's the coach. They get hit in the head with the football because it's a few feet away on this side. They get hit in the head with a frisbee because it's a few feet away on the other side, because there's no funding for Paloma Park, but yet there's $140 million to put into your personal airport? I mean, come on. I'm sorry, but we will be fighting that. And I've never met 25%. I've never been a person who advocated and agreed for this airport. It doesn't benefit anyone unless you own a plane. And the last time I flew in on my jet plane was like, never. I mean, my old neighbor used to have one, and he would have loved this. And I love that everybody sits up and they give their opinion. My neighbor, Paul, was here. He gave his opinion. He agrees with you all, and that's great. And I love him. He's a wonderful person. But I disagree. So you didn't hear us. There was one person there who heard us. And yes, I do know Brad Schaefer personally. We carpooled with him for about 10 years. My 16-year-old is friends with his 16-year-old. Yes, I do personally know him. He does not lie. He has integrity. And I am immensely disappointed in the representation of our city and our people. I went to all my neighbors. They wrote in. None of those letters were considered, not one of our letters. They were far more in opposition than sustaining this. And yet every one of you sustained it. I feel completely submarined by our city council. I absolutely, and I would like it to be noted, that I feel 100% you are not representing the people. You're representing your own needs, your want for your airport. It's going to benefit you and whoever else has a Cessna or a plane. It will not benefit us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. I now recognize City Manager Mr. Henry Darwin for his report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to make it quick, but there's a few things that I think is worth sharing with you, Mayor and Council, and with the community. First, I'd like to start off by talking about Mr. Dakota McDonald. And here, you see him here in this photo with our police chief receiving an accommodation for something pretty amazing he did a few weeks back. And it has to do with a 5-year-old child, a 5-year-old autistic child that was in the middle of Peoria Avenue and Peoria and 71st Avenue, and he was in the middle of the street. This 5-year-old with autism was in the middle of the street, and it was a busy street, and we have reviewed the traffic cameras to see firsthand what actually happened. And this gentleman, this in some ways a hero, saw what was going on, jumped out of his truck. He put himself in between traffic and this 5-year-old, and gently guided this 5-year-old to safety. He put his own personal safety at risk in order to help this young child that obviously needed assistance in this busy traffic situation. So I just wanted to express my thanks and recognition for Mr. Dakota McDonald, because he certainly deserves it. I want to talk just a little bit about on September 1st, we had a local entrepreneur, Laura Yalda, who opened her second Allstate insurance company located 75th Avenue in Cactus. She opened her first location on the corner of 85th and Peoria Avenues. A great example of opportunities that for small businesses in Peoria. Something that we haven't spoken about in a while, but that was a pretty significant issue in the northern part of our state, was some illegal camping that was happening and trespassing that was happening near State Route 74 and Lake Pleasant Parkway. This is another example of state land. We had some illegal camping that was occurring there. We partnered with the State Land Department. Council Member Edwards and Council Member Schaefer were both involved in this process, where they had asked staff to work with State Land to resolve which was a growing and increasing problem. So we took action. And we did find individuals in this location that were performing illegal activities. But we also found individuals that were needing assistance from the city of Peoria, and we did help them and provided contact with the Phoenix Rescue Mission and engaged for this connection so we can engage them with support services. We found 13 abandoned RVs that were towed, and over 2 tons of trash has been removed. We have for you a quick video to show you the before and after associated with this effort. So as you can see, there's a pretty significant difference between what we had found in May and what we were able to achieve in just a couple of months. But I am not suggesting by any means that this issue has been resolved, that has been solved. It will require diligence on our part and continue to work with State Land in making sure that those who are camping in the area are following State Land's requirement and not overstaying the statutory requirements, the limits, I should say, on camping in the area. But I'm sure Councilmember Schaefer and Edwards will make sure that we're keeping on top of this situation. So another item I wanted to bring to the council's attention is something that you've probably heard about in the past and maybe haven't heard an update recently, and that is about our municipal fleet maintenance building. We are in the process of replacing it. Of course, there are 2 phases. Phase 1 is the site demolition, and phase 2, and we're trying to do this in phases so we don't disrupt operations at this crucial location for our city services. This is really the hub of all of our municipal services. This is where our trash trucks are located. This is where they originate, and this is where they return. A lot of our fleet maintenance is done at this facility, and this has once again been a long time in the planning. We did respond favorably to the challenge that council had provided to us about trying to reduce costs. We have reduced the costs by approximately $5 million. And we are getting ready for a groundbreaking. We're getting ready for a groundbreaking in October, November of this year, and you can see there we hope to be done by June of 2026. As we all are aware, electric vehicle charging is becoming a greater and greater need in our community. It's certainly a greater and greater need in and around City Hall. We are experimenting with different options and how we might fulfill that need. And what you see here is one such example. It's a solar EV charger. It actually rotates to catch the sun's rays as the sun moves through the sky. It's currently located in front of the PSAB building right across the street here from City Hall. It's open to the public for free at no cost, and it can charge 2 vehicles at a time. We're monitoring its use, its utilization, and in an effort to see if this is something we want to duplicate at other locations throughout the city. Also want to draw your attention to the record number of arts and culture grants awards that we have provided within the city. This year, City Council authorized $264,000 for these efforts. Like I said, it's the highest ever. These grants are going to 25 local and regional organizations representing 40 arts and culture programs at between $500 and $2,000 per grant. This was something that was started in 1998. It continues to grow, and it shows Peoria's longstanding and continued and increasing commitment to supporting the arts and culture in our city. With that, I have a short video on some September events throughout the city. Report from Youth Liaisons. I apologize for keeping you both here so late. So, who would like to start?
So, 3 weeks ago, our subcommittees for the Youth Advisory Board, they met and had their first subcommittee meeting. In these meetings, each subcommittee discussed their plans for the upcoming 6 months, and they discussed their goals and how they plan to achieve that in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So to kind of recap from what I talked about at our last meeting, a few of the Youth Advisory Board members, including Sarah and myself, attended the League of Arizona Cities and Towns Conference, where we got the chance to represent Peoria. And all of the members of the board, new and returning, loved the chance to be able to go there. We learned so much. It was a great opportunity, and we loved being able to represent our board there. Additionally, and this is just like a general community update regarding the youth, but the Sunrise Mountain High School Civic Engagement Club is having a voter registration drive sometime near the beginning of October to help juniors and seniors who are 18 or turning 18 before November 5th to register to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I only have 98 slides. So, Mayor's report. To begin, I'm going to start off with kind of a heavy heart with Peoria PD announced this week that Mr. Bradley Klaus, a 16-year-old Peoria resident, was found deceased after a 5-month search. Stories like this are absolutely heartbreaking, and our heartfelt, prayers and kind of just to try to reach out to his parents as much as we can and to try to support family members. I personally cannot imagine something like this happening to a son. I don't think any of us can, a son or daughter. And it's why we try to do the things that we're trying to accomplish when it comes to public safety, to try to be able to assist in these opportunities to be able to try to save a life. So if you keep his families in your prayers, it would be appreciated. Last week was the 23rd anniversary of September 11th and the attacks, and we remember and honor the lives, over 3,000 lives that were actually lost that day, and the spirit of resilience that emerged from that actual tragedy. The unfortunate event from 9/11 was not just the 3,000 or so lives that were lost that day, but the 20-year war that actually came after it. Over 7,000 lives, American lives, were lost between Afghanistan and Iraq, and literally potentially hundreds of thousands of more between suicide and death in just American lives alone, as far as what our country landscape and also the Middle Eastern landscape that actually changed from that. We honor the lives that were actually lost not only on that day, but the lives that were lost after that day as well because of that. It is part of the American spirit of why we actually try to accomplish and try to serve one another. And we obviously try to work hard as a nation to ensure that that does not ever happen again. I wish there was more people in here that actually just left, because this is a big deal. And I hope out of this 4-hour council meeting, almost, I was going to try to drag it out like 25 more minutes and try to break Mike's record. Just kidding. I apologize to Joy ahead of time, just so that's on the record. I apologize for that. Peoria Air 1, which is our helicopter. I realize that people have referenced it as a ghetto bird and other comments like that, but it is still in its training mission stage as of its first week, as of last week. I want to share 2 stories where PD was able to use the asset to assist within the last week alone. On Labor Day weekend, Peoria Air 1 recorded their first mission. It was actually the first training day itself, so a week and a half ago. They responded to a missing elderly call for service for a 60-year-old male who had been missing since 7 p.m. From the previous night. Several resources were utilized, including drone and air support from the hangar. PD was able to search the area and within 4 minutes locate the gentleman. The male was ultimately located walking on a sidewalk in the neighborhood. Thankfully, he was uninjured and needed minor attention due to dehydration. There is a story that I believe, is it Peoria Independent? It was an op-ed from our police chief and fire chief that was submitted today, specifically on these stories. Again, I'm going to reference, not every single person is going to agree with every single decision that every person up here does on the dais. We don't agree with each other, always, and that's okay. This was from a $3.5 million grant. It was acquired with a $3.5 million grant from the state, which if you attribute it, I think we figured out today, was 15 cents per citizen across the state of Arizona that actually contributed to us being able to own that helicopter. If you look at the cost of that, which is less than $1 million a year of operating costs, I've said repeatedly, one life, what is one life worth? So I'm going to say that again so the camera and the people hopefully understand that. What is one life worth? If this was your father or a husband or your son, and I unfortunately just talked about Bradley, these are unfortunate incidents that happen, and we have to be able to have resources to be able to try to accomplish these things, and they're important facts. And I don't understand, I have a very difficult time with understanding how people don't see that the people that are here in the city and the people that work for this city are trying to make sure that one life comes home. That's the only thing that matters. At the end of the day, that is the only thing that matters. So if it costs us $1 million to save one life, I can tell you today, it was well worth it. And if you don't get that, I don't know what to do for you. Another call for Peoria Air 1 came on September 11th. After leaving our 9/11 event, our helicopter responded to a disorderly conduct call where a male was punching and breaking car windows, during a domestic violence dispute. There's actually a recording of that call. We're not going to play that today, but there's actually a recording of that call. And with a matter of minutes, the air unit was able to, so Peoria Air 1 was able to locate the suspect and be able to direct assets to that. These are two important pieces within a very, very short period of time. When it comes to why and what, these are the why and what. I suspect there's going to be multiple more on a monthly basis and a weekly basis and a yearly basis. And, as I think we've talked about this a number of times, we pray that it doesn't happen, something isn't needed by our families. I pray that something's not needed by somebody else's families. But that's why we put these assets in play, so we can actually work on this, right? That's really it. That's the important aspect of this. I realize, I'm going to say repeatedly again, I realize that not every single person is going to see the value of what we're trying to accomplish. And we may not see it today, but I promise you we will see it 20 years from now. And it is going to be a very significant direction of the city of what we voted on today and the steps that we will be taking over the next couple of months. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.